Hello, and welcome to this, our 108th live stream, The Many Views of Heck. And it has sort of been that kind of week this week. I say that. In case anybody is wondering, I had 2.5 hours of sleep last night. Okay? If I'm a little punchy tonight, please understand this, because it's been that kind of week where I haven't been able to get any sleep at all, and it's just, it has been that, as I said, that kind of week. So we're still here. We made it. A little late, but we made it.
And we have our cup of coffee.
And I have my extra strong cup of coffee in this very, very fetching Mr. Empty Conjecture mug. And I'm going to need it tonight, because this might be the first live stream I fall asleep, or second live stream. I did fall asleep on one, but I might fall asleep on this one, because 2.5 hours of sleep is not much to go on. Well, what's even worse is my day started at 5:30 in the morning. Okay, so I have 2.5 hours of sleep. I have to get up to work, and yeah, it's just not looking good to begin with. So, well, Mr. Rich B.O.B., if the stream had, if I knew you were all expecting it to start 30 minutes sooner, I would have taken that 30 minutes for a nap. Okay, so we're going to do here what we do every Friday night, which is take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. And of course, there's some other questions too that we also take, but those unfold as the stream goes on. Like every live stream on YouTube, super chats have priority. Okay, that should be a surprise to nobody here. But we also take non-super chat questions as well. So if you want to ask one of those, we don't expect you to give money for a question, but we do prefer the interesting questions. We will fully admit, if it's an interesting question, we're likely to take it. Okay? So a well-formed question does sort of raise your prospects for it to be taken. And with that said, okay, we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of the question, so I know that's being directed to me. Okay? The second thing is, we also ask that you only post the question once. Question spamming is not allowed on this on these live streams. And that's because I scan through it and I look for questions. So if we see that you've put the question on more than once, we will not answer it. The other thing is, we also ask that if it happens to relate to scripture or an ancient language, that you give us some context. That context would include, say, in the case of a scripture passage, we would ask that you would include the name of the book, the chapter, and the verse number, so we can look it up quickly. In the case of an ancient language, we also ask that you include, say, what language you think it's from and what you think it means. This just helps us to sort of narrow down the path of inquiry, so we kind of know where you're thinking and where we need to take this. Okay? So with that said, let's get into the questions. All right. And we're going to start off the night here with 4 non-super chats. And the first one here is Bane Ray says, in a previous live stream, you mentioned that you think there could be people in heaven that may be surprising. Could you expand on that? Well, yes. One of the things about heaven is the bar to get into heaven is actually quite low. Okay? It's not a theology test. Not even remotely. It's a relationship test. It's a relationship test. So it's a relationship test between you and Jesus Christ. If you accept Jesus Christ for who he is, okay, you get in. If you don't, well, you're rejecting Christ. And that's where, say, the outer darkness comes in. Now, there have been those that have advanced the theory, and there's nothing in the Bible that contradicts this, sometimes called the second chance theory. For people who didn't know about Jesus Christ, or had never heard the gospel, there is a theory that basically suggests that they might be given, say, the choice, where they can say, okay, do you follow the King of Kings, Lord of the Lords, or do you go your own way? And that second chance theory is, well, to put it bluntly, it would deny that person of, say, rewards, but at least give them eternal life. So there's a possibility that many people will be in heaven that sort of never experience salvation in this life or regeneration in this life, but they still, by the enormous grace of God. And that's one of the things, is that the grace of God is phenomenally vast. It's a vast thing. It's not a little bit of grace. Now, we often, as Protestants, and I'm not saying I'm a Protestant here, but if I were a Protestant, I basically say, okay, you have grace and you have justice, and they're equally balanced. No, that's not quite how it works. It's more that grace exceeds justice. It exceeds it. It's an overabundance of grace. Grace abounds. Okay? Now, that's not denying that there's justice. There is definitely justice. God is a just God. He is a good God, and he's a holy God. But there is also ample opportunity for those who want to be with Christ to have that opportunity. So, in that respect, who gets in is going to be surprising. Who it isn't going to be there is also going to be surprising. Because one of the things heaven does is it lays open the books. We see in the epistles the great, how does the epistles put this again? The great, what's it called now? Audience of witnesses who are watching events take place on planet Earth. Okay. They're watching us. The saints that have already gone to heaven have basically big screen TVs into our lives. I know that's going to be pretty freaky, but yeah, they're watching us, and they're watching our behavior, and they're watching our performance. And the way the epistle sets it up is it's kind of like a race. They're watching us like in the past people would watch chariot races or gladiatorial games or football. You know, is David Falk going to win the race? Is he going to run the race well? Is he going to achieve the goals?
HTV?
It's HTV. High definition TV, angelic style.
No privacy for the fourth dimension.
Yeah, no privacy for the fourth dimension. It should be. It should be incentive for you to behave. I'll tell you that. But here's the thing: in that sort of heavenly, when the accounts are opened, everything is revealed. The good, the bad, the ugly. your pains, your sorrows, your challenges, your victories. Everything is open up. And this is why, say, for example, final judgment waits to the end of the age. Because your consequences may not be restricted to just this life. What you do has consequences going forward. There are some people that have an image of being holy, that have an image of being good, that have an image of being pure. They're anything but. I've seen it. And if I've seen it, the Holy Witnesses also have seen it. And it's also on the books. Some of those people are not going to be in heaven. They're not going to be in heaven. Yeah, there's no secrets in heaven. There's no secrets in heaven. And, some will wear that as a badge. Some will wear that as a mark of.
But there's also Christ's sacrifice.
Yeah. We also know, though, too, that even if you are, for example, if you are a believer and you've done wrong, that's going to be, say, open, but it's also going to be covered over by the sacrifice of Jesus Christ, so there will be no condemnation for it either. Although there could be mourning and loss, because, for example, 1 Corinthians 3:3, I think, is a passage everyone should study. Okay? Everyone should study 1 Corinthians 3:3. Because one of the things that 1 Corinthians 3:3 says is Christ is the foundation. And every man is building on that foundation. Some with straw, some with rubble, some with chaff, others with gold and precious metals. And then each man's work is tested with fire. Straw and chaff will burn away. And the gold and stones will remain. The purpose of that is to show you, hey, okay. And it goes on. It says basically, those whose work is not burned away, they receive reward. But the ones who built with chaff and straw and rubble, their work will be destroyed, even though they are saved. So even though this believer might have no good works at all, no good works in the slightest, he's still saved because of his faith in Jesus Christ. But it's counted as loss. He is saved from the torment to come, but he is also not going to get any rewards. And there are some very good rewards in heaven. Really good. So it's one of those things that I think people need to think more about. They really need to think about storing up their treasures in heaven where moth and rust won't destroy. Because those are the real treasures. So what's going to surprise you in the ultimately is who's there, who's not there. Because as I said, a lot of fakes out there. And finally, that you're there. That's going to be the biggest surprise of all. That you made it. Okay? Because one of the things you're going to discover is how bad of a sinner you really are. If you have any maturity in your own life, you will... Here's the mark of a mature Christian. Ever growing dissatisfaction with your spiritual progress. You see more and more of your sin. You see more and more of your inability to handle that sin. You see that without Christ you are utterly lost. That's the mark of a mature Christian. So it's one of those things that you...
BC, oh, good to know.
BC, oh, good to know. I'm growing. Well, that is a good thing, actually. So, the fact that you're there in heaven is going to be the biggest surprise of all. That you actually made it. So, oh boy, that's sort of true as well. Want to see how much of a sinner you are? Get married, have children. Just getting married alone will reveal how much of a sinner you are, I'll tell you that. Put two sinners in the same room? Yeah, you're gonna... Yeah, definitely. Alright, so anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the question. It's a good question, and I think, again, it's something that people need to think about a lot more. Because there's consequences to everything we do, and that's going to really lead to rewards or lack of them. So thank you very much for the question, and I hope that helped. The next question is from Darkblade. How do I know if a word is an Egyptian loan specifically, or a word from Egyptian, or a word that Egyptian and Semitic language both have due to common descent from Proto-Afro-Asiatic? Okay. Well, there is some question about the existence of Proto-Afro-Asiatic. We've got to be kind of blunt about that. There is Asiatic. There's definitely Proto-Asiatic. And there's Proto-African. We are not quite sure where the merger of African dialects and Asiatic dialects took place. So there is kind of some controversy there. However, it's generally agreed that if a word is absent from one dialect sect and has a long-standing history in the other, and that word enters the first dialect sect, then it's a loan word. Okay? Like, for example, the word for linen, the Egyptian for linen, sesh, is a long-standing word in Egyptian, but it enters into Semitic languages through Hebrew, particularly in the Torah. So it's pretty easy to map that out. Okay? That's a loan word from Egyptian into Asiatic dialects. Now, on the other hand, we have the reverse happen too, where we do have some Semitic dialects that have loan words into Egyptian. Like, for example, yom, meaning sea. That's clearly a Semitic word, and yet it also enters into Egyptian languages. But it predates its use in Egyptian languages. So we do find that the exchange of languages goes both ways. But how we do determine which way it goes is a matter of historical language study. So you have to look at the history of the language over time. And that's how you can determine which is a loan word from which language, essentially. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. I hope that helped. Very much appreciate it. The third non-super chat here is from El Japonis con Rafi, and he asks, some of the hex to be covered. What the heck were you thinking? I really don't know. Honestly, I mean, come on. I don't have time to really think anymore, and it's just, I'm so busy. I don't know what I was thinking. This whole YouTube thing, I'm wondering the wisdom of the Ed from every morning I get up. So no, I don't know what I was thinking. 2, where the heck did I put the TV remote? Oh, well, the TV remote's over there. I'm just wondering where the TV is. What happened to the TV? I don't have a TV. Got a remote, but I don't have a TV. What? where the heck is the TV? I know where the remote is. Just don't know where the TV is. And number 3, how the heck did you come up with that translation for the Mount Ebal tablet? Well, we're all wondering that one. None of us know how the heck they came up with that Mount Ebal translation. What's even more ironic is, this question was posted before Gershon Galil released yesterday his epigraphy and translation of the outside of the tablet. You thought the inside was kind of screwy. I mean, the outside's completely nuts. I mean, it's just wacky. By the way, you can see that on my community tab, my most recent community tab, if you want to have a look at what this... maybe I can pull it up here. Let me show it. I think I can get it online here, so let me see here. Add image. Yep. Okay. All right, and I'll just browse it. And once you see this, you can't unsee it. Where is it now? Here. There it is. Okay. There it is. The most recent epigraphy from Gershon Galil from the outside of the tablet. Woo! This is fascinating. Not in a good way, but it's fascinating. I don't even know what to say about this one, honestly. I mean, the last one I couldn't see it at all. This one, it's just like, what is there a guy in the middle there holding a club? I mean, what am I looking at? I mean, it makes no sense at all. This is just a random jumble of stuff. I mean, it's crazy. Oh, and by the way, they got that from... Let me put up another one here. Image. Okay, I'll get the second one up here too. All right, and that's the source image. Yeah. I honestly don't see this. I don't get how he got where he got from this. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen in epigraphy. I can't even believe what I'm seeing here. I just don't get how anyone could have thought that this was reasonable epigraphy, especially someone with Galil's training. Woo! I mean, Pareidolia has really basically taken over this whole thing. And I mean, it's a terrible look for ABR. A terrible look for ABR. They put everything into this thing. Okay? This was the discovery that was going to prove the early Exodus date once and for all. That's what they were banking on this. And it's unfortunate. I mean, it's actually unfortunate for everybody. It's not just unfortunate for them. It's going to be, I mean, they've turned this into a laughing stock. They quite literally turned this potentially important discovery into a complete laughingstock. I don't even know where to. I mean, what one can even say about this at this point? It's just you kind of wish they would just sort of, just say nothing more. Don't say anything else. Just quietly fade away. Please stop talking. Oh boy, but no, we're not that lucky. So yeah, we're kind of stuck with this now, and it's just it's
Because people in the pew.
yeah. So it's this is really unfortunate, and yeah, oh boy, he's right there too. The Mount Ebal finding will become the next Ron-wide archaeology talking point for fundamentalist circles for the next coming decades. It will. And it will become the next stuff of mockery for atheists as well. So it's done the whole field a complete disservice. So it's really upsetting. It's really upsetting. I just wish they would have set their ideological agenda aside and just reported the discovery. What was really there. And honestly admit that there's nothing on the epigraphy that they could read. Here's one of the things I think that a lot of scholars, and I've seen this in grads, particularly in PhD grad students. Here's the thing. Any research you do is a risk. Any research you do at all has a risk associated with it. Because if you come up with a research question, and let's say it doesn't pan out. Let's say you were wrong. Let's say you found nothing. That's a result. That's a result. Maybe not the result you wanted. Okay, but it's still, you might not have had a good hunch when you asked that research question. But it's still a result and it's worth reporting. Honestly. And I think this is where a lot of academics, especially young academics, but it happens to older ones too, get into trouble. They report a result where there's no result. And I think if Stripling and company had just said, yeah, we did our best, we did the tomography, didn't find anything, this thing would have been highly respected. They would have respected him and said, okay, you had a few characters, you can't make out any text, but it's still a few characters. We would all respect that. This we can't respect. I mean, it's baloney. It's complete baloney. And they double down on that. So, it's unfortunate, it is irresponsible, and the whole field of biblical archaeology is going to take it in the neck because of this. So, all it takes is a few bad actors to really make a field difficult. So, anyway, I hope that answers the questions. I know you were very lighthearted about this, but yeah, there's a serious part of this as well. So, anyway, thank you very much for those questions. Okay, the fourth question here comes from Darkblade. Okay, what if an old pharaoh couldn't finish the Sed festival? Interesting question. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Heb Sed festival is a festival that was done after a king had reigned 30 years. And it was to prove he was still physically fit to be king of Egypt. Because the king of Egypt not only had to rule, he had to show physical prowess. It was part of the job. Because one of the things that the pharaoh had to be was a mighty warrior that could protect Egypt's food supplies. So the Heb Sed festival was a religious festival, it was a ritual festival, but it also played a very important role reassuring the people of the pharaoh's fitness. And what it was is an obstacle course. So after he reigned 30 years, every 2 years is on his 30th year, and every 2 years after, he had to run a physical course, an obstacle course. Okay? Now, we have no reports of a pharaoh failing the Heb Sed. Okay? But however, there was no time limit attached. So the pharaoh could take as long as he wanted to finish it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. So he could just keep going. He could just keep going until it was done. Of course, the pharaoh would still have to pay for the cost of the festival as it was going on. So you have to pay for food and stuff, that sort of thing. But the only requirement was that he had to complete it. He had to complete it. But he was under no obligation to complete it quickly. He could take his time, especially if he was old and infirmed. Now, there were a few times when a king would not have been able to have completed the Heb Sed. And in those particular cases, it was either because the king had a disability, and in those cases, they almost never made it to 30 years, so it never was an issue, or they were mentally unable to do it. And that's where we sort of get the beginnings of the Weka Mesut, which is what's called the Renaissance, essentially a rebirth, when a vizier or a say a proxy would have to take over the duties of the king. So it was much more likely that a king would not be able to complete the Heb Sed festival because of mental problems than physical problems. So, and that happened twice in the history of Egypt, where a king had to sort of surrender control to an underling to keep the country going.
After the 30-year one, didn't he have to do it?
It was every 2 years. So he had to do it every 2 years after. So yeah, he had to keep in physical shape. You know, it was important for the Egyptian king to be in physically good shape. It was part of the job. Should Egypt ever be invaded, he had to lead the armies. He had to be in good enough physical shape to lead an army. Okay. Now, he might have been helped. Like, for example, I mean, if he's really old, really decrepit, they might have put him on a palanquin so they could carry him out. But he still had to have the physical vigor to command. And the Heb Sed festival is much more about the physical ability to lead than it was to actually fight. So, for example, there would be stuff like he'd have to walk across a log, or he would have to walk upstairs and down again. So there were various sort of obstacles he'd have to transverse to show his physical prowess. I mean, they're not overly. I mean, he's not trying out for the Marine Corps here, okay? I mean, this is not Marine Corps boot camp, okay? It's a physical It's a physical course that you would expect somebody in reasonably good health to be able to complete. Somebody in their 50s or 60s who doesn't have too many health concerns. Okay? So it's that kind of obstacle course. Yeah, as I said, it's not like Marine Corps boot camp. I mean, they're not making the Pharaoh, swim through mud with a sword over his head, being attacked by leeches. Okay? It's not that kind of thing. I mean, it's really sort of a mild obstacle course at best. There is a bit of running involved. I mean, there's a lap that he has to do, I think, several times. So he has to run. There's a running element of this as well. So, but it was also, I said, incentive for the king to stay physically fit. So that was part of it too. It was an incentive for him to take care of himself, not just sort of languish around the castle doing nothing. He had to work out. That was again part of his job. Okay. So anyway, thank you, Dark Blade, for that question. It's a really interesting question. Again, we have no record of a king failing the Heb Sed festival, but it was also, as I said, incentive for him to stay in shape, and basically a test to see if he was fit to continue ruling. So, and from what we can understand from history, most kings of Egypt understood that this was just part of the job. So anyway, thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, now we are on to the super chats. And the first super chat here is from Addison Weir. How would you respond to the claim that the slave law in Exodus 21:2-6 is immoral, especially verse 4? Well, let's take a look at the passage. Okay. Oops. Ugh. And my mouse is acting up here. Just a second as I change the batteries on my mouse because it has decided to act up right at the moment. Yeah, it never rains but it pours. Yeah. That serves me right for talking about heck. We're going through heck tonight. All right. All right, my mouse has decided to come back now. And get Bible up here. Okay. Take a moment to adjust it because my mouse futzed it up. Alrighty. There we go. That's looking good finally. Okay. Exodus 21. Exodus 21. 2 to 6. Okay. And the text reads, if you buy a Hebrew slave, he shall serve for 6 years, but on the 7th he shall go out as a free man without payment. If he comes alone, he shall go out alone. If he is the husband of a wife, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children belong to her master, and he shall go out alone. But if the slave plainly says, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out as a free man, then the master shall bring him to God. Then he shall bring him to the doorpost, and the master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him permanently. Okay, that's the law of the bondservant. Now, this is one of the things about being a slave in this particular society. Is he doesn't have to, as a slave, he does not have to accept a master, and this applies to Hebrew slaves only. Okay, this is something that applies to Hebrew slaves. So, in the case of Hebrew slaves, there is a right to return after 7 years. Now, in the case of a female slave, there's not a right to return because there's a presumption of damaged goods. Okay, I don't like this. I think this is one of those societal things, cultural context things that I think is personally abhorrent. Okay, but it's dealing with that abhorrent situation. A female slave in the ancient Near Eastern culture is presumed to have lost their virginity at some point, either by marrying another slave, by marrying a master, becoming a concubine, which is essentially a form of sexual slavery. There are issues here of culture that sort of transcend the Bible itself and are widespread across the ancient Near East. So this is not just the Bible. This is a law that's trying to engage something that is extant across the entire region. Okay? And what it's trying to do is regulate it. It's not approving of it, but it has to regulate it somehow. And if the problem here in this particular culture is if a female slave is just let go. Okay? If he's just let go, she can't remarry. She's sort of, as I said, tainted goods. She's tainted goods. I don't like this. I don't agree with the culture on this. My cultural context says that cultural context was wrong. Okay? But we are not dealing with my culture here. We're dealing with their culture and what they believed in their culture. Now, yes, Addison Weir just brought up, but she has a husband in this case. There's a twist to this, though. He doesn't have to keep her. He could sign a writ of divorce immediately. And that would be the end of the marriage right there. That's all it would take. As soon as he becomes a free man, he writes the writ of divorce. He can't write the writ of divorce while he's a slave. But he can write it immediately upon his freedom. And that risk is very, very high in forced pairings. And yeah, he doesn't have to accept the wife, but more often than not, people did. People did accept that sort of pairing, just because the alternative in under a slave situation is not exactly the best. But once freed, a writ of divorce often came about. So that left that female slave who maybe could be now freed, and maybe her debt isn't up either. We also have to keep in mind that too. If she hadn't served 7 years or 6 years, maybe she had only served 3. Well, now the master's out of money. So there's a lot of things in this culture that have gone into this particular law and the reasoning behind it. It's basically a law that's trying to address a bad situation caused by the culture. So does that make the law immoral? I don't think so. And I don't think it's the law that's immoral here, because the law is trying to rectify a situation that everybody accepts. Everybody in this culture accepts slavery. Yeah. This is trying to curtail the culture. And one of the things about curtailing a culture is it's exceptionally difficult to do. I mean, getting people on board with curtailing a culture is just like pulling teeth. Once a culture decides to go a certain direction, it's almost impossible to change it by law. And that's a really difficult tightrope to walk. So you can make all the laws you want, and if the culture says, "Yeah, we do this," it's okay. You're not going to get it here. It's the law. This is why prohibition failed. Okay? We have to remember that prohibition failed because everyone thought it was okay to drink alcohol. They tried to curtail it with the law. And guess what? The culture wouldn't let it.
And drinking alcohol increased.
It didn't matter that prohibition was a constitutional amendment. It was the highest law in the land. People weren't going to go for it because the culture was otherwise. So there's limits to what even, say, a biblical writer can do as far as establishing law. So we have to keep that in mind when we look at this, that the entire culture had accepted that slavery was a norm. It was their equivalent of bankruptcy. 2, that women who were slaves were seen as potentially have already lost their virginity. 3, that was tainted goods and they could not be remarried by cultural standards, not by legal standards. This was to protect those women. Okay, so that's the important consideration here. This is to protect women. It's not immoral. But it is trying to deal with a situation in the culture that is immoral. And that's a different matter. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. All right. Next super chat here. At the top here. Okay. Take this one down. Is from Andrew Tinsley for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why does God seem to sanction the revenge killing of the descendants of Saul in 2 Samuel 21, only to bring relief from the famine after they're dead? All right, let's look at that chapter, because there's a little more going on, I think. My Bible works go. Okay. And Second Samuel. 2 Samuel 21. All right. All right. Let's see here. Verse 21:1. All right. Now there was a famine in the days of David for 3 years. I'm reading from verse 1. Year after year, and David sought the presence of the Lord. And the Lord said, it is for Saul and his bloody house, because he put the Gibeonites to death. So the king called the Gibeonites and spoke to them. Now the Gibeonites were not of the sons of Israel, but of the remnant of the Amorites. And the sons of Israel made a covenant with him, but Saul had sought to kill him in his zeal for the sons of Israel and Judah. Thus David said to the Gibeonites, what should I do for you, and how can I make atonement that you may bless the inheritance of the Lord? Then the Gibeonites said to him, we have no concern of silver or gold with Saul or his house, nor is it for us to put any man to death in Israel. And he said, I will do for you whatever you say. So they said to the king, the man who consumed us, who planned to exterminate us from remaining within any border of Israel, let 7 men from his sons be given to us, and we will hang them before the Lord at Gibeah of Saul, the chosen of the Lord. And the king said, I will give them. Okay. Now, here's what's going on. There was a covenant. Okay. There's a covenant between Israel and the Gibeonites. Now, that covenant was made under false pretenses, but it was ratified by the gods of both parties. So Israel ratified it in the name of the Lord. And the Gibeonites ratified it in the name of their god, probably El. Okay. So the god of each side has put their stamp of approval on this by proxy. Saul breaks the treaty. Okay. Now, there are terms and conditions to all these treaties, to all these covenants. And if you want a great book on this, Kenneth A. Kitchen, I mean, it's expensive. I mean, I'm not going to kid you. It's like $500 set here, called Treaties, Laws, and Covenants by Kenneth A. Kitchen and Paul Lawrence. Great set. But for every treaty, there is provisions. And some of those provisions can and includes things such as even the death of the people's families. Okay? So, Saul breaks this treaty. He knowingly breaks this treaty. But the Lord says, okay, this treaty has been broken. You have sullied my name before the Gibeonites. You know? And the Gibeonites don't care about cash. You know, David says, hey, I'll do whatever you want to rectify this. And the Gibeonites say, hey, we're not interested in money. We don't even want anyone even killed. Okay? You know, because we see in the text, you know, in verse 4, we have no concern of silver or gold with Saul or his house, nor is it for us to put any man to death in Israel. These people just want to be left alone. They just want to be left alone. But the Lord is not going to leave them alone, because his name has been tarnished by Saul's actions. And in all likelihood, there was a provision in that treaty that probably included the deaths of the violators' families. Okay? So, they basically come up to the Gibeon. David comes up to the Gibeonites and he says to them, "Okay, the Lord's not going to let this thing go. We know you. We get that you guys want to let this go. We would love to let this go. Our God's not letting this thing go. So we have to make recompense somehow." And so what the Gibeonites are probably doing is they're probably going back to the original covenant. And they're looking at the provisions of the covenant and go, well, this is probably what the covenant says here. Members of the family have to probably die. Again, covenants are serious things. They're contracts between peoples and their gods on each side. I mean, it's not just a contract between two human parties. It's a contract between a party and their god. And the other party and their god. So because a contract was broken, the break here of this contract was between the Israelites and Yahweh. And that's what needed to be fixed. So they would go back to the contract, they'd look at the provision, it would probably say the death of the perpetrator's family, probably within, in Vegas general terms. But so the Gibeonites say, okay, let 7 men from his sons be given to us and we'll hang them. They don't even care which ones. I mean, they're not even specific on which ones they want to select here. Yeah, give us 7 random sons. Okay? And hang them and we're good. We're done. We don't really want to deal with this anyway. So I think that's what's going on here, is that there's a break in the covenant between Israel and God because of Saul's actions. And that's what leads to the famine. You obey Yahweh, you trust in Yahweh, you keep his commandments, and the land will be blessed. You disobey, you dishonor God's name, you break his covenants, and the land is cursed. There's famine. This goes all the way back to Deuteronomy. So that's how the famine is tied to this covenant with Gibeon. Is that it's an extension of the Deuteronomy blessings and cursings. And those blessings and cursings are found on every treaty in the ancient Near East. So, anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, the next super chat here is from Andrew Tinsley for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What archaeological discovery do you think is the most difficult to reconcile with the biblical narrative? Ooh. The Mount Ebal curse tablets. I mean, really, I think that one's it right there. But then again, too, of course, I'm not considering that real discovery. But if you were to take Stripling and company's document here, face value, it would be a problem for the biblical narrative. It would place the Exodus account 200 years before the cultural context is presented in the book of Exodus. That's a problem. That is a huge slam bar. You couldn't resist, could you? No, Susan, but I didn't try very hard either. But yeah, it would actually be a bigger problem if their findings were legit. Now, fortunately, they're not legit. But if they were legit, it would be quite a problem for the biblical narrative. But again, that is because of what the biblical narrative purports from itself, essentially. So, That would be my answer to this question. However, most archaeological discoveries that have turned up really have not been a problem for the biblical narrative. We have some that we doubt. The city of Ai, we're really not sure where that is even today. Is it a tell? Is it some of the other proposed sites? We just don't know. And that's not so much a biblical discovery that's created a problem. It's that we don't have enough information to really determine it. So we do have a lack of information, and sometimes that's our biggest real problem, is a lack of information in some cases. But Darkblade asks, which would be bigger problem, the amulet or the Jerusalem curse tablet? Actually, the bigger problem would be the amulet, if their reading was correct and their dating was correct. Fortunately, it isn't, but that would be the bigger problem. The Jerusalem curse tablet wouldn't be a problem. We would expect an Amorite inscription in an Amorite city prior to in around 1400 BC. I mean, that would be totally what we would expect. But it's also completely bogus. So, I mean, it's like comparing two bogus discoveries, or I should say two bogus epigraphies.
The discoveries, right?
The discoveries are real. The epigraphies are bogus. Oh, I have a feeling I'm going to need a lot more coffee tonight. It's turning out to be one of those nights. Yeah, I'm almost done with my cup of coffee. My Mr. Empty Conjecture mug is almost full of empty. Full of disappointment. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Addison Weir for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. He asks, what are your top 3 books on Old Testament reliability? Mine are currently Annie Manam by Joshua Berman. Josh Berman is a great author. Excellent author. The Archaeology of the Bible by James Hoffmeyer, and The Bible Among Myths by John Oswalt. Okay. And he adds in the 199, I meant 3 popular level books, my bad. Okay, well, that does change things a little bit. I would definitely say if it's a popular level book, The Archaeology of the Bible by James Hoffmeyer is good. It's good. It's not deep, but it's good. It's certainly better than Tice Kennedy's comparable one, which is atrociously bad. I would say on the reliability of the Old Testament by Kenneth Kitchen is still the classic. It's still a classic. It's sort of on that cusp of popular and academic press, but it's accessible enough that it still could be used as a popular book. The other one I would add is this one here. Can We Trust the Gospels by Peter J. Williams. This is the Warden of Tyndale House. Good book. Excellent book. And it sort of covers the territory of the New Testament as well. So that's one of the ones I would put on very high for New Testament reliability. Now, I know you asked about Old Testament, but I think that one's good enough that it should be on people's bookshelves as well. So, the other one I might add to that Old Testament reliability is something from John Walton. I think John Walton's a lot of books that explain cultural context. It doesn't touch on reliability per se, but once you understand context, sort of many of the issues of reliability take care of themselves. So anyway, that's my opinion on these. Thank you very much for the super chats. Very much appreciate it.
Just pointed out it's an amulet.
Yeah, it's an amulet, not a tablet. I keep slipping the tongue on this one. Yeah, it's not a tablet, and I keep having to correct myself on that because it is an amulet. But when you deal with so many inscriptions, most inscriptions you deal with are on tablets, so you do get into that habit of just saying tablet for everything. So it is technically an amulet, but when you say it enough, you get into a habit. Okay, Billy Ningen for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Good evening, Dr. Falk. Is it true that there was a time scholars believed ancient Israel was a myth? God bless. Yes, there was. During the Enlightenment. For example, Enlightenment scholars believed that ancient Israel was a myth. Now, here's the interesting thing. Voltaire. What? Voltaire. My wife laughs as soon as I say Voltaire. Voltaire believed that there was nothing true in the Bible because no city, and this was his argument, no city in ancient Israel had been found. So because no city in ancient Israel had been found, or in the Bible had been found, that the whole sort of story of the Bible had been concocted as myth. So that was Voltaire's argument. What was his date? 1700s? Yeah. 1752? Yeah. Yeah, so in 1752, skeptical scholars did believe ancient Israel was a myth, the whole 9 yards. Now, it's kind of interesting that even though Voltaire had made that provocative statement, there were already 2 cities from the Bible that were well known. And well known even amongst, say, Enlightenment scholars. Jerusalem was one, and Rome was the other. So what Voltaire said wasn't completely true, but it was true enough that a lot of people believed it. And it was a long-standing argument for many years until the 19th century. In the 19th century, you had archaeologists start to dig up the Holy Land. And at that point, they discovered, hey, there's a whole lot of stuff underneath the dirt here. So,
don't most use real A lot of them do.
A lot of them do, yeah. Let's put that myth up, or thing up. Yeah, don't most myths use real cities? Yeah, a lot of them do. Interestingly enough, some don't, though. And that's kind of what's interesting, is we do have examples of myths that use mythological cities.
The debated one is still Atlantis.
Oh, yeah, well...
Was that real or not?
Was Atlantis real? Yeah. Is Shangri-La real? Is in Egyptian myth Shakhat real? There are mythical cities in these myths. So, yes, myths do use real cities. Like, for example, in the Osiris myth. Osiris is Lord of Abydos and Lord of Shakhat. So, there are mythical cities as well. And Osiris is both a lord of a city on the earth and lord of a city in the afterlife, in the netherworld. So, yeah, we do have it in both ways. So, yeah, El Dorado is another one. I mean, there's a lot of them. There's actually a lot of mythical cities. So it's
great movie fake.
Great movie, Fake City. Yeah, I can't deny that. Great movie, Fake City. Yeah, Slammer RN points out also there were supposedly no Amalekites. Well, the big one was no Hittites. No Amalekites. Okay, yeah, the Amalekites are hard to nail down. But They had gone as far as to say there was no Hittites, no Nebuchadnezzar II, no Belshazzar. That was the other one. No Belshazzar, no Hittites, no King David. Yeah, so there was a lot of skepticism, say, prior to the archaeological age. And yeah, that's all this has had to be sort of walked back because of the discoveries from archaeology. Now there are people are going to still say that there were no Amalekites, but I think at this point we can make a case for there being Amalekites. And what they were basically the Amaluka. The Amaluka. People of the Luka, which is a tribe of sea peoples who sweep down the coastal plain and actually end up wandering in Sinai. So there's actually now, I think, some good evidence that one can find that for even the Amalekites at this point. But yeah, the Hittites were the big thing, because no ancient culture had, recorded the Hittites. They didn't see any cities of the Hittites, and then they uncover Hattusas, and that's it. That higher level scholarship is now done and roasted at this point. Okay, so anyway, I want to thank you for that super chat. Definitely, there was, especially back in the 18th century, there were several people that did not believe in, say, a real Israel. And as I said, a lot of it got started from Voltaire. In fact, Voltaire was the one who sort of started this whole, say, biblical skepticism in at least the trend in Europe. Yeah, there were always skeptics in Europe, but Voltaire was a big enough name in Europe that his parody or his criticism had some gravitas. And his book, I think it's called Criticism of the Old Testament, was very popular in Europe. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, we got one here from Jack Ray. Please check your email for a donation. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Jack. I'm glad you he gives us a $50 donation. Thank you very much for the donation. Really, really appreciate that. We're glad we also got your email saying you got the mug. We really want to thank you for your support of the channel over the years. It's really helped us, and we so very much appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support, and we really are glad you can join us and be part of our community as well. So thank you so much, because your support keeps the lights on, keeps the cameras running, and puts food on our table. So we appreciate that, and thank you so much. I'm gonna tag that question for later. Okay. Next one here is from Billy Ningen for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Dr. Falk, was the first catapult in the world invented in Judah? Oh, that's hard to say. Part of the problem with catapults is they are made of ephemeral materials. So there's some question of where the catapult ends or where the siege tower ends and the catapult begins. Now, we do know that the Romans were huge on catapults. They took catapults to a high art. There's also some indication, too, that it's possible that the Assyrians had catapults as well. But apart from that, it's unsure. There's some reference to, as I recall here, a device that hurls stones from the corners of the palace of the cities in I think in one of the books of Kings. And I think from that some people get the idea that Judah had catapults. That translation is not quite clear, whether it's catapult or just a device to release stones down upon people. Okay, so this is one of those we're not sure. Okay, this is one of those we're not sure categories. There's not enough information to prove that the devices that the Israelites had could hurl stones. And this is one of the things about a catapult. A catapult has to use mechanical energy, potential energy stored up, and then convert it into mechanical energy that can hurl and increase the velocity of a stone, apart from just simple gravity. We're not sure if the devices on those city walls had that capability. And there's... I'm just seeing another future question coming up here, and I'm just laughing. Okay. So anyway, not sure. It's possible, but is it likely? There's not enough evidence here to decide one way or the other. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Really much appreciated, and I hope that helps. Billy Ningen for $5 again. Thank you very much for the super chat. According to you, what is the late Bronze Age context of Genesis 6:4 as opposed to Second Temple Judaism context? Okay. Let's pull it up and let's look. It's not that one. This one. All right. Genesis 6. Okay, this is the daughters of men, sons of God, Nephilim thing. All right. Now, it came about, I'm going to read the passage here, and then we'll explain this. Now, it came about when men began to multiply on the face of the land, and daughters were born to them, that the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves, whomever they chose. Then the Lord said, My spirit shall not strive with man forever, because he is also flesh. Nevertheless, his days shall be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterwards, when the sons of God came to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. Okay. Now, for the Second Temple Judaism view of this, the best source right now is Michael Heiser's book on Unseen Realm. Unquestionably, that's the best book on that. He's a Second Temple period scholar, or was. He just recently passed away. But he really sort of nails down that Second Temple Judaism theology here, that the sons of God was basically a council of gods. So, that would be the whole idea here then, is that the sons of God are essentially angelic kind of beings that come down to earth, marry with human women, and procreate these demigod beings called Nephilim. And that these Nephilim are sort of the walking damned. They're the walking damned. They're not able to be reconciled to God. Their parentage is of angelic origin, and they're cursed. They're giants, but they're cursed. Okay, so that's sort of the Second Temple Judaism view of this. I think a better way to look at this, though, is through a late Bronze Age context. Now, if you start reading late Bronze Age literature, you don't get that Council of God perspective. Yes, there are pantheons, but they're not really councils. You know, the head god is not asking for advice at any point. Not at least until way late. So, I think what we have to do is sort of look at where we do find terminology like sons of God, daughters of men, etc., and those sort of things. And for the sons of God, you find sons of gods all through the Bright Bronze Age. You see the sons of Ishtar, son of Re, the high priest of Egypt. The sons of Ptah, the priest of Ptah. The daughters of Hathor, priestesses of Hathor. So this was often, daughters and sons were often an idiom for priests and priestesses. So I think what we have in Genesis 1:6, or 6:1 to 4, is a two castes of priests. Now we should add here too that priests back then, and even going into, say, the early Mesopotamian period, took what was called a naditum vow. Now, a naditum vow is a vow of sexual celibacy in worship, and basically you would refrain from sexual practice in exchange for your god's favor. Essentially a form of sacrifice. You get the god's favor, and you give up sex for a while. That's an naditum vow. Now, one of the things about an naditum vow is if an naditum vow is broken, it creates a curse. It has almost the exact opposite effect. Now, the priest is supposed to be blessed by being able to serve the king, by the god. You have now a special relationship to your god because you are now up on the temple or the ziggurat platform serving your god. You're blessed by doing this automatically. So your naditum vow is the price you pay for that special relationship and that special blessing. And because of that, the god hears you more. Now you break that, now you got a problem. Because any offspring that you produce by breaking that vow is going to have terrible, terrible consequences. Because the god can't bless that offspring, or decides to go vindictive on you and make that offspring a terrible disruption to the society. Probably the most famous example, and there's a famous historical example of an naditum vow being broken, which is the life of Sargon of Akkad. He was born a commoner. His mother was a naditum priestess. She broke her vow. She got pregnant. She had Sargon. Didn't kill him, but chucked him in a basket down the river. He lives. He ends up moving somewhere else, overthrowing the kingdom there, and then conquering 5 other kingdoms around him. Okay, so that would sort of be what the Nephilim, and Nephilim meaning fallen ones, people who have resulted, the offspring that has resulted from a fallen vow. So that's what the Nephilim were, is the progeny of basically people who had held a naditum vow and broke it. So this is how I would take that in light of, say, Bronze Age literature as opposed to Second Temple period literature. So anyway, I hope that explains this. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay. BC for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, skeptics doubt Jesus was historical, and some are now even doubting Paul as well. How long before they doubt any Christians actually exist at all? Whoa. Yeah, it's stretching credulity. I mean, it really is. The fact is that we have this huge chain of student and teacher from essentially the time of the apostles going forward. Yeah, that's going to make this really, really difficult to support in the long run, especially if you have any knowledge of the apostolic fathers at all. So, I mean, these were people, the apostolic fathers wrote as early as the end of the first century. So, they were familiar with, many of them had met the apostles and knew them. So, if you have testimony that the apostles existed, well, you know what? You also have an inference that the master existed. And this is why I think sort of the greatest testimony to the veracity of the Christian faith is basically the writings of the church fathers. There's an unbroken chain there of master to student relationships. And, you've got a causal chain like that. That's pretty strong evidence. So yeah, you get all the way back to, say, guys like Polycarp, who knew the apostle John. First Clement of Rome, who knew Paul. These are people who knew the apostles. And the apostles knew Jesus Christ. So, yeah, Ryan Naylor, does anyone doubt Socrates lived? No. Nobody doubts it. And we have only 2 sources for Socrates. Okay, only 2 sources. Now, we got more writings of it. But everything we know about Socrates comes from 2 people. Plato and Xenophon. And both of them were students of Socrates. So, and yet they're considered to be, nobody accuses, say, Plato of, oh, you're lying about that Socrates guy. It's all made up. Now, some people have suggested that Plato exaggerated sometimes about Socrates. And that might be fair. But nobody doubts that Socrates was a real person. But because the Church of Jesus Christ has developed into this global phenomenon and religious institution, people don't want that kind of authority. So they are going to rail against it wherever they think they can get any sort of traction at all, even if that doesn't make any sense in the slightest. Yeah, probably. I sort of agree with N. Japon is there. The end will come when they deny Constantine and they no longer have someone to blame for everything. Yeah, Constantine gets a bad rap sometimes. He shouldn't have been so Arian. I will give that. I will hold that strike against Constantine. But he does get blamed for way too much. So anyway, I thank you very much for that question and comment. Very much appreciated. But yeah, you're going to get skeptics that'll doubt anything. And sometimes they'll do it as a lark, and even as a lark, it'll stick. Like, there was a guy who did as a lark that birds don't exist. Okay. And he did it as a joke. And yet, people started believing that birds were nothing but drones. that were all killed. Real birds were killed off by the government and replaced by drones. Spies for the government. There's, but if people want to believe something strong enough, they will, even if it makes no sense at all. And there's and I think that's true about the existence of Paul and of, say, Jesus Christ, is people are doubting that these people existed, even when, say, the scholarship supports the historical existence of these people. Even Bart Ehrman thinks these are historical people. He's not a Christian by any stretch of the imagination. The guy's an atheist. But even he admits to the historicity of the historical person. Doesn't believe everything they did or said, but he believes in the historicity of the person itself. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that added a little bit to the conversation. Okay. In Japones con Rafi for $10. Thank you very much for that generous super chat. Is it true that in ancient Egypt, women had equal rights to those of men in the same social class? For example, sitting in local tribunals, right to inherit property, engaging in real estate transactions. Yes, it is absolutely true. They had more rights women had more rights in Egypt than in any other say ancient Near Eastern civilization and culture. Okay. As long as a woman was not in, say, the slave class or, say, a daughter of a king, in those particular exceptions, their rights were curtailed. They were limited by necessity. But, say, a woman of the artisan class, of the craftsman class, the priesthood class, they had an enormous range in rights. Okay, a woman had the right to divorce on her own accord. She could initiate a divorce. She could inherit property under certain circumstances. Okay, now the right to inherit isn't absolute in Egyptian culture. It typically, the way inheritance works, typically goes down the line of, say, the brothers. Okay, so if a man dies and has no children, his brothers inherit, not his wife. Now, she still keeps her portion of the property, okay, when that inheritance is split up. And the way inheritance is typically done in Egypt is it's a 2/3, 1/3 split. And the idea here is the man contributes to the house in a marriage. So that's 1/3 of the property. Then he has his goods, another third of the property, and then she brings her goods, another third of the property. So when, let's say they're married, he dies before they have children, his brother would inherit the 2/3. She would get to keep the 1/3. That's hers. But at that point, too, she's also free to go and marry someone else. Okay. In Egyptian culture, not being a virgin was not a black mark. Okay, you weren't considered tainted goods in Egyptian culture for not being a virgin. So people did engage in revolving marriages in Egypt. Any woman could say, "Hey, I've had enough of you. I'm leaving you. That's it. I'm divorced," and that's it. You're done. The marriage is over at that point.
And she could survive without.
And she could survive without a husband just fine. So her livelihood was not necessarily tied to her husband. She could work. She could do crafts and sell things. She could work as a priestess in a temple and draw a salary. She had options. She definitely had options. Many, though, did have less options. I mean, some of them had to become concubines or sell themselves into slavery. That happened too, because options don't always work out. They could adopt a child on their own merit and initiative. Like, for example, if a woman is married or not, she can decide not to do this, not marry. She could say, I adopt this person as my son. And the husband had no say in it. She could do it. She didn't need his permission. There's also some instances where the way, say, emancipation of a slave would work was very interesting sometimes. And we see this also where a woman who was widowed, she had children, so she kept all the property. But she owned slaves. And she wanted to remarry. One of the things she did is there's a record of a woman who adopted one of her slaves as a son, essentially emancipating him, making him free, and then marrying him. So she technically married her own son by adoption, of course. But this was a legal loophole. This was a legal loophole that say widows could do to gain a husband is by buying a slave. So there's a lot of interesting peculiarities in, say, family relations in ancient Egypt. It's really interesting. It's really this was one of the most fascinating parts of Egyptian culture. The other thing about women's rights too is once, like, there's something I call the concubine's gambit. Okay, that's very interesting. Very interesting. The concubines, let's say, husband and wife get together and they can't have children. Okay, the husband has an option to take on a concubine, which is a kind of sexual slave used for producing children. Okay, now here's the concubine's gambit. A woman enters into sexual slavery for producing a child. And if she produces a child before the wife does, the man has to get rid of the wife and marry the concubine, and she takes over that 1/3 of property.
And
this is the Sarah and Hagar conundrum.
This is what Hagar thought she was.
Yeah, this is what Hagar thought when she was entering. Hagar thought she was eligible for the concubine's gambit. She did not realize that Abraham and Sarah did not play by Egyptian rules, but by Mesopotamian rules, and really ultimately by their own rules, because they misinterpret Mesopotamian law to oust her. So there's some really interesting stuff that's relevant, really super relevant to the Sarah and Hagar interaction that comes out of these rights that women had in Egypt. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you very much for the super chat. I hope you appreciated that, and I hope you found that interesting.
Edison wants to know if that good book on distributing Old Testament.
Which one?
Good books on disturbing, troubling Old Testament.
I don't think we got there yet.
It's still coming.
It's the next one. It's the next one. Yes, Addison, it's coming up. Here we go, in fact. All right, Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much for super chat. Any good books on disturbing, troubling Old Testament passages, for example, slave laws, besides Paul Copan, of course? Well, slave laws is a specialization. So you're almost going to have to look at that not in general terms, but in some more specific terms. Like, and there's a lot of books on slavery, a lot of them. Richard Averbeck wrote one, I know. It's not an area I really focus on, so I don't know too many of the authors who are in that game. But I know if you do, say, study slavery laws, it's the literature in this area is vast. It's vast. It's big. A lot of books are done on it. And it's just not an area I'm particularly interested in, so I don't keep up on that. Now, as far as good books on disturbing, troubling Old Testament passages, Copan's filled a niche here. Now, in, say, 30 years ago, Gleason Archer was doing a lot of work on this, and he wrote a book called The Encyclopedia of Bible Difficulties, which is probably the last attempt to do, say, a general work on difficult Old Testament passages. The problem is it wasn't a very good book. It had problems. It had a lot of problems. So I wouldn't recommend that today. But it's also because it's one of those topics that it's so broad. You don't get a lot of people work. Most people are not going to work on broad subjects. It's difficult to cover all that swept. So I think Copan is filling a niche here. He's definitely filling a niche that nobody else wants to do, just because it's so difficult to do this. So while I would applaud him for this, he has a heck of a task, and he's basically trying to specialize in this. So I can't recommend any other good books on this because, again, a lot of people haven't touched this in a long time. And as I said, the last person who really did this, who was famous for it, did not do so well. I know the McDowells have tried this to also cover this field. I wouldn't recommend them either. Pretty much for the same reasons. Although different, it's actually a slightly different reason. Like Josh and Sean McDowell did something on this at one point too. And I would say, yeah, he said, Conrafi says, I had that encyclopedia. Yes, it wasn't very good. Yeah, it wasn't very good. It's difficult to do this and do it well. And that's sort of the issue. Now, what I didn't care, like, for example, in the case of the McDowell's work on this, I didn't care for their treatment on this because what they did was something... They didn't do what Archer did, which was just provide one answer that he thought was right. The McDowells gave you the kitchen sink approach. And what the McDowells did was they basically gave you a whole bunch of views, but never evaluated them. Never did any critical analysis. So you're never quite sure if a response is actually any good. So I would have some issues with recommending them as well. So I would say that at this point, Copan is probably our best bet for this sort of treatment at the moment. But he can't cover it all at once. He has to focus on specific topics. And I think his approach is very sound and solid as far as how he's approaching these troubling texts. So that's probably the best we can do at this point. Anyway, I want to thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to more of Copan's work. I mean, he is quite an active writer. Fortunately, he has the time to write. I wish I had the time that kind of time to write. So we'll expect more work from him in the future on, say, this. So I think we can expect him to increasingly fill this gap. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, I need more coffee because, as I said before at the beginning of this, I've had 2.5 hours of sleep last night, and I am just running on caffeine at this point. So I'm going to refill my very empty Mr. Conjecture mug and come right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh boy. Got my coffee mug filled and ready to go here. All right. You're odd. That was funny. Have I ever told you the time I went to get coffee? It's not a story the Jedi would tell you. Well, Jedi wouldn't tell you a story about coffee because the roast is dark. And that's how the Sith like it. Dark roast. All right, let's get back to the super chats here. Yeah, coffee is for those on the dark side.
Is that what they mean by?
Dark coffee, yeah. Alrighty, let's get back up here. Alright, I see the last one there. Okay. Mr. Rich B.O.B. for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Quote, and I don't know who's quoting from here. We should not confuse Old Testament sacrifices purifying holy spaces with Jesus forgiving us of sins. Even New Testament authors made this mistake, end quote. Thoughts? Yes and no. Okay, yes and no. Okay. The Old Testament sacrifices covered a lot of ground. There was the sin offering. Okay, there is definitely the sin offering. And the sacrifice of Jesus Christ is the final sacrifice for sin, covering sin. Okay? But there are also sacrifices for purification and sacrifices for keeping a vow. You kept your vow, you make a sacrifice. So there's sacrifices for Thanksgiving. There's, I believe, 7 or 8 different types of Old Testament sacrifices, and each of them covers a specific situation in life. So there is an aspect that, particularly this sin sacrifice, Jesus is the sacrifice. He is the sacrifice covering sins in their finality. And it is the sacrifice that takes away sin as opposed to the sacrifice that covers sin. So that much is true, and that much the New Testament authors get right. And yet, Jesus' sacrifice also covers the situations of the other sacrifices as well. So, here's the half-truth here. The half-truth here is the sacrifices for purification are not synonymous, are not to be confused with the forgiveness of sin. The half-lie is that Jesus' sacrifice doesn't also cover those sacrifices. So it's one of those situations where there's a middle ground. There's a middle ground. So in the way that this quote is constructed, it's one, as I say, one of those half-truth, half-lie deals. So I would basically say here that the quote makes a mistake. It does make a category error, and that Jesus forgiving us of sins is basically equivalent to all the sacrifices, but the sacrifice of Jesus Christ does cover all the sacrifices. So it's one of those things where, say, purification sacrifices are related to the sacrifice of Jesus Christ, but it's not. One should not confuse one for the other. Keep your category straight. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Quotes like this are very difficult because the wording is so technical and the subjects involved are also very technical. So you have to be able to really sort of be able to tease that out. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Andrew Graham for $2 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat, and it's good to see you here tonight. You don't want them to see what I've done. Laugh out loud. You mean the great cloud of witnesses? Yeah, that's what the New Testament called them. The great cloud of witnesses. Yeah. Yeah, they don't. I don't want them to see me either, but I don't think we have a choice in this matter. Yeah, I find it personally disturbing that the great cloud of witnesses is watching us every day. You know, I'm taking a shower and they're watching. You know, it's just like, yeah, I'm not sure I want that. But
I don't think that's quite.
no, it isn't quite what they mean. But you know, they are basically interested in our lives. They're watching what we're doing. They're cheering us on. You know, that's the other thing too, is they are cheering us on.
And that's what we should be taking comfort in.
Yeah, and we should absolutely take comfort in the fact that the great cloud of witnesses is cheering us on to do well in the faith.
When it feels like there's nobody.
Yeah.
The world's against
Yeah.
you.
When the entire world is against you, it can be very comforting to know that the great cloud of witnesses is basically saying, keep going, keep going. Yeah, the whole enemy team is chasing you. Keep going, keep running. You know, win that prize. So I think that's very, very encouraging. So even though I don't want them to see the bad things I've done, I also take comfort in the fact that, you know, they're on our side. They're on our side, and they're urging us forward to complete the race and to complete it well. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And as I said, I'm glad you could join us here tonight. Okay, Mr. Rich B.O.B. for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, Tertullian believed that spirit and son were created first, but were temporary and would one day cease in the last day. Okay, I'm going to be very careful here about Tertullian. First of all, here's what, before I would comment on this, I would need to know where in Tertullian this quote came from. Okay, where this comes from. Who's quoting it? Where's he sourcing it in Tertullian? And I've got a very good reason for this. I have seen a lot of people badly misquote Tertullian. Now, reading the Church Fathers can be very difficult. It's not for the unaccomplished reader. One of the things, and I've seen, for example, Jehovah's Witnesses do this. You know, when it talks about the Son being a created being, and what's happening here is Tertullian is quoting huge sections of Noetus, and Noetus is a modalist, and Tertullian will quote vast passages of heretics, and people will quote from Tertullian either not knowing or knowing and doing it anyway from a heretics passage and ascribing it to Tertullian. So I would be very, very careful about this sort of passage. So unless you know exactly where he got the quote came from, how it was sourced, where it comes from in Tertullian, I would immediately distrust this quote as being from Tertullian himself. Because I have seen Tertullian abused so frequently and so badly. Well, that Tertullian guy, he didn't believe in a Trinity. Look, the Father becomes the Son becomes the Holy Spirit. It's a modalist. He was a modalist. No, he wasn't. He totally wasn't. Okay. Yeah. So I would be very, very careful about this. So again, I want to know exactly the context. I want to know where it came from. I want to know who said this and how it was sourced. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And that's all I'm going to comment on it unless I know more. Ah, Mr. Rich B.O.B. amplified on this. Okay, that brings some. Yeah. Oneness pastor quoting Otto Hake's History of Christian Thought. No idea anything beyond that. I can find a free copy of that book to check the page number. Yeah, find out where in Tertullian is being quoted. Because I would probably bet you dollars to donuts that what's being quoted is the section in Noetus of Noetus. And that is definitely he was definitely a modalist. And frankly, a lot of oneness Pentecostals are also modalists. So I've seen this, as I said, seen this done, like, for example, from oneness preachers. Well, they'll take that Noetus section of Tertullian and say, oh, that's what Tertullian really believed. When, like, 20 pages down the road, Tertullian starts ripping it to shreds. So, and this is, as I said, this is the one unfortunate thing about reading the Church Fathers, is it requires a huge attention span. People of the first few centuries of the Christian era were highly accomplished readers. They would start their preamble with 50 pages and expect you to understand, comprehend, and remember what was said in all that 50 pages. And then they would launch into their critique. And that was the standard thing to do back then. We see this frequently in the Church Fathers. So, and of course, the modern reader today has no attention span. Can't get past 180 characters. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, now we use emojis. Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. This would strike me. I would be instantly suspicious that this came from Noetus, not from Tertullian. So anyway, I want to thank you for that super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I'm glad you followed up on this, because this adds some more context here that would make me suspect it. Okay, where are we here? Yeah, just trying to find where I left off. Okay. All right. I think I found where I left off here. Okay, historical strategy gaming for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on Total War Pharaoh? I pre-ordered the game, by the way. Cool. Let me know how it is. I have no thoughts on this. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the trailers. It's been a very busy week for me. So, we got our popcorn review ready for Monday. So we've been a little busy. Okay. Oh, that reminds me. Popcorn review Monday, 8 p.m. We hope you're all there. So no, I haven't seen Total War Pharaoh. From what you described it to me, it sounds like it takes place at the end of Dynasty 19, early Dynasty 20. So that's going to have a certain historical context The capital city is going to be at P. Ramses. There's going to be other cities involved, like probably like Memphis or Thebes. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with that. I'm not sure what they're going to do with it, but it'll be interesting nonetheless. So I haven't ordered the game, so I don't know what it's going to be like. So it'd be interesting to find out. I am glad there are more Egyptian themed games coming out because it's a great way of getting knowledge of ancient Egypt back into the culture. We could use that. So I thought this would be very, very interesting, and I'd like to see how this turns out. So have no thoughts on it so far. Haven't seen the trailer. Haven't played it, but
Would be work for you.
yeah, it'd be work for me. Yeah, that's the problem. Well, that's the problem I had with Assassin's Creed Origins. A beautiful game, awesomely beautiful game. Just felt like work. Just felt like work. And the same thing with Tomb Raider. Loved the Tomb Raider series before I became an archaeologist. Afterwards, it was like, oh, this feels like work. I could never play it again. Yeah, so it kind of killed it. Becoming an archaeologist kind of killed it for me. I might try my hand at Assassin's Creed Origins again because it was such a beautiful game. But who knows? Maybe I might do a small video on it. You know, never know. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And yeah, let me know what the game's like. I'd be very interested to find out. Okay, and skipping down here. All right. The Camilla Pard for $5. Thank you very much for that super chat. Kag Shavuot Sameach. Shabbat Shalom. How the heck are ya? Well, I'm exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. As I said early in the stream tonight, I've had I'm running on 2.5 hours of sleep. I had to get up super early for work this morning, which meant I was up at 5:30 a.m. I'm just running on fumes. I'm totally running on caffeine and fumes. So it's been a night. I'll say that. But I'm here. I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad have not fallen flat on my face on camera. That's a good sign. I had to go for a second cup of coffee, just an extra strong, by the way, to keep upright. So, and he adds, I haven't been able to get on too much lately. Hope everyone's been well. Well, the community's continuing to grow. We're very, very pleased with how the community is growing, and the community we're developing here, which is basically of people who are interested in ancient Egypt and the Bible, and are passionate about these subjects. So we love the community here, and we're always happy to have you come back because frankly, you're part of that community too. So we miss you when you're not here. So anyway, I want to thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope you have a great Sabbath. I'll get Robertson. Love to have a live stream of him playing. yeah. Watch me fumble the controls 1,000 times. I'd have to. I'd have to get more than 2 hours sleep before doing a game run through though, because it would just it would not be pretty otherwise. Okay, BC for $2 Australian. What can we use instead of Strong's Concordance? Okay, that's a great question. That's an excellent question. Basically, first of all, take your Strong's Concordance, get the fire in your fireplace going, and chuck it in there. Okay. And while you're at it, also throw in Matthew Henry's commentary. Okay. You'll get heat for the night, which is more value than you will get out of its commentaries and its lexicon. Okay. All right. Without that away, there are two commentaries. Lexicons I would recommend, highly recommend. And for the Old Testament, I would recommend the Hebrew and Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament by Kohler, Baumgartner, and it is the best lexicon for the Old Testament. Okay, so that covers your Hebrew and your Aramaic. Okay, so that is the standard lexicon for the Old Testament. Now, for the New Testament, I would recommend something that's often called BDAG, sometimes Bagda, but it is called an Greek English Lexicon of the New Testament and Other Early Christian Literature, and it's in its 3rd edition. And it is recommend. We'll put the titles into the description after we're done with the live stream. But it's basically a update of Danker's lexicon and Bauer's. So BDAG is the an acronym of the authors: Bauer, Danker, Arndt, and Gingrich. Okay, but again, the title of that New Testament lexicon is an Greek English Lexicon of the New Testament and Other Early Christian Literature. It's the standard work. Yep, Harry Stark just put it on the live chat here for the Greek one. It's the latest and the greatest, and it's the best. It is by far the best. Okay. So I would highly recommend both those lexicons. They are the standard works, and basically vastly superior to Strong's. Strong's was out of date as soon as it was published. Slim Code K, is Strong's unreliable? Yes, very unreliable. The problem with Strong's Concordance, besides it's out of date, I mean, it's horribly out of date, is that it takes a synchronic view of the, I mean, it doesn't even give you really strong referencing or even definitions. It's more of a word list. And it also is synchronic, so it won't separate out, say, changes in the language. Like the change from classical to Middle Hebrew to Late Hebrew, etc. A good lexicon will do that. So I think there's good reason to take your Strong's Concordance and pitch it. Because there's much better options today. Yes, Halot is expensive. So is BDAG, also expensive. But if you're going to do this kind of work, it's worth the price. It's absolutely worth the cost. So, yeah, you need it. if you're going to do this work. So anyway, but then again, too, if you've got these, you've got a resource that will not go away. That's a resource for a lifetime. So you have to view it under those situations too. That this is a resource for lifetime Bible study. You're not going to replace it in a year or two. You're going to keep using it for a decade, 20, 30 years or more. These are the lexicons that will last you the rest of your life. So that's why they're worth doing. Okay? So, and frankly, there's a lot of seminary students out there selling their used copies as well. So, I mean, a lot of seminary students come out of school and they go, yeah, I don't really want to. Now I will say, if the price of halot is too dear, there is also what was it called now? A concise Hebrew lexicon. Let me look up this one here. It's not as good as halot, and it is certainly cheaper. Okay, but it's sort of an abridgment of halot. Let me get the author of this. Yeah, this is the one. By William Lee Holiday. It's called A Concise Hebrew and Aramaic Lexicon of the Old Testament, based on the lexical work of Ludwig Kohler and Walter Baumgartner. Okay, and it's out of print, but you can get really good. You can get copies of this for really cheap, like less than $20. Okay, and that's still better than Strong's. Okay, so there's this one here in the chat as well. So yeah, this one here I just put into the live stream is cheaper, it's good, but it's not as thorough as halot. So if budget is really a concern, you can use this. However, I wouldn't go cheap on, say, the New Testament one. The New Testament one, there isn't an equivalent that's as good. Okay, so those would be my recommendations here. And again, burn your Strong's Concordance. Nobody should be using Strong's Concordance for serious biblical work, or even silly. Yeah, we all used to love it until we learned better. Yeah, another sacred cow has been barbecued. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, the Camilla part for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Please find this $2 question in the chat below. All right. Oopsie. Just blew past it. All right. This is the question here. Yes. Okay. Who's the naked guy in Mark's gospel? See Mark 14, 51 to 52. We've had this question a couple of times because it's such a mystery. Okay. So let's pull it up here. And try to see. All right. Okay, so Mark 14. 14. $51. Okay. Now, verse 51. And a certain young man was following him. Now, this takes place at the arrest of Jesus. Okay. And the context is the guards have come and they've just arrested Jesus and decided to take a few of his followers too. And a certain young man who was following him, wearing nothing but a linen sheet over his naked body, and they seized him. But he left the sheet behind and escaped naked. Now, we don't know who this is. All right, straight up. The text doesn't tell us who this is. We have no idea who this is exactly. We also don't know if this is in just to sort of be a... How do I say this? A pedagogical example. Okay. Basically a kind of gestalt. A literary gestalt. Now, what do we mean by a literary gestalt? A literary gestalt is when you take several characters in the Bible and you mash them together into a single character for a literary purpose. Like, for example, the oppression king in Exodus chapter 1, which is basically the deeds of many Egyptian kings sort of mashed together into one. Jewish writers did this from time to time. It has been one of the theories for this young man was these was the disciples who fled and metaphorically were covered in a linen sheet. And the guards grabbed the sheet and basically they left behind his clothes. So there's that possibility that this could just be a way of saying that the disciples took off. Yeah, well, this could... Well, the problem is with Mark wasn't an apostle. And he probably wasn't part of the original group of disciples. So, he comes along later. So, it would be unlikely to be Mark. But, it could be a real person. It's possible. Totally possible. But then again, too, what's a guy walking out in the middle of the night with just a linen sheet?
Somebody who heard a commotion.
Yeah,
it was about Jesus, and
that's possible, but it's unlikely in that culture. It's unlikely to happen in that culture. Yeah, it just says the text just says a linen cloth, so it's not even a toga. So this is not a Roman. Okay. So, it's unlikely to have been a real... It could be a real person, but it also, as I said, could be that literary mashup, that literary gestalt. Oh, both options are equally plausible. They're equally plausible. And the fact is that because nakedness is a sign of, hey, you're leaving in shame. You're leaving in shame. So there's good grounds here to think that this is a literary device. At the same time, too, it could have been someone real as well. Strange things do happen in history. But we also have to keep in mind, too, that there's also a reason to say this might not be a real person either. So those are the options here. I'll leave it up to you to decide which one you think best fits. I kind of lean towards the more literary gestalt here, because I know that Jewish writers do use this. So, and the New Testament ones did as well. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, the next one here is from 12345 Sushi for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Folk. What's your view of Dr. Heiser's argument that the tribes that were annihilated, haremed in the conquest, were Nephilim tribes that Genesis earlier lists in the hill country? Okay. I don't think they were Nephilim. Okay. I think the difficulty here is what the witnesses say. When you had those 12 spies, and 10 come back, go, oh, the land's terrifying because it's filled with giants, it's filled with Nephilim. I think they were aware of, say, legends of Nephilim. I think they were also aware that they could describe them as Nephilim. But I also don't think that they were Nephilim. I think the spies, and this is, again, all based on the description of the spies. And it's clear that the spies were exaggerating. Okay? They were exaggerating. In fact, let's pull up that passage. Find that passage. Because I think this is really important. Yeah, Numbers 13, I think, is where it is. All right, we'll number 13 here, so we'll bring this up. So Numbers 13, starting in verse 31. This is the report of the 10 bad spies. But the men who had gone up with him said, we are not able to go up against the people, for they are too strong for us. So they gave out to the sons of Israel a bad report of the land they had spied out, saying, the land through which we have gone in spying it out is a land that devours its inhabitants. Just a little bit exaggerating there. Okay? This is the promised land. This is the promised land. Okay? It doesn't devour people. And all the people whom we saw are men of great size. There might be some truth. Yeah, all the people whom they saw, yeah, all of them? All the people were giants? There's more than a small amount of exaggeration here. Now, that's not to say that some of them weren't tall and big people, but by no means all. I saw his follow-up, so we'll discuss that in a moment. There also, we saw the Nephilim. The sons of Anak are part of the Nephilim, is an editorial gloss here. And we became like grasshoppers in our own sight, so we were in their sight. Okay, so huge amounts of exaggeration here. So yes, they knew about legends of the Nephilim. And again, that's totally consistent with both Second Temple period and Bronze Age literature. But to actually say they were Nephilim the way Heiser defines Nephilim, I have some reservations about that. Let's see. Let's go to your follow-up now. I see you had a follow-up here. Jack Ray adds Tall Tales of Giants. Yeah. Definitely Tall Tales of Giants. But let's get to the follow-up here, which is, I forgot the references in the question from the Heiser article, the giant clans and the conquest from his site, and the verses he cites Deuteronomy 2, 8 to 12, 34, and Deuteronomy 3, 1 to 11. Okay, so let's look at those passages too. So Deuteronomy 2, 8 to 12. Okay. So we passed beyond our brothers, the sons of Esau, who live in Seir, from the Arabah road, away from Elath and from Ezion Geber, and we turned and passed by the way of the wilderness of Moab. Then the Lord said to me, do not harass Moab, nor provoke them to war, for I will not give you any of their land as a possession, because I have given Ar to the sons of Lot as a possession. The Emim lived there formerly as a people as great and numerous and tall as the Anakim. That's an editorial gloss. Like the Anakim, they are regarded as Rephaim, but the Moabites call them Enim. And the Horites formerly lived in Seir, but the sons of Esau dispossessed and destroyed them from before and settled the place, just as Israel did to the land of their possession the Lord gave them. Okay, we'll go to 34 here. Just pop to 34. And so we captured all the cities at the time and utterly destroyed the men and women and children of every city. We left no survivor. Okay, now let's also take a look at chapter 3 here, verses 1 to 11. Okay. Then we turned and went up to the road of Bashan. Og, king of Bashan, with all his people, came out to meet us in battle at Edrei. But the Lord said to me, do not fear him, for I have delivered him and all his people and his land into your hand. And you shall do to him just as you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who lived at Heshbon. So the Lord our God delivered Og, also king of Bashan, with all his people into our hands, and we smote them until no survivor was left. How far does this go? Okay, 11. And we captured all his cities at the time, and there was not a city which we did not take from them. 60 cities. I'm just going to skip down a bit here. And the real sort of rub here comes in verse 11, okay? For only Og, king of Bashan, was left of the remnant of the Rephaim. Behold, his bedstead was an iron bedstead. It is in Rabbah, the sons of Ammon. Its length was 9 cubits. Its width was 4 cubits by an ordinary cubit. Okay, we'll talk about this bed, okay, in just a moment. Now, one of the things I think mistakes Heiser makes is he conflates Nephilim and Rephaim. Okay? Now, the Rephaim were known to be tall, were giants. Okay, that's in the sense of being very, very tall humans. But there's nothing in the biblical text that equates the Nephilim with the Rephaim. I think Heiser is making a link here that is not supported by the biblical text. It is supported by Second Temple period literature. Okay? And again, Heiser is a Second Temple literature scholar. But it doesn't make the two synonymous. You know, there are the Nephilim were not necessarily described as tall. I mean, they might have been built up in legend over time as being tall, but in their immediate context, there's nothing that infers that the Nephilim were tall. They were mighty. You don't have to be tall to be mighty. Samson wasn't tall, but he was mighty. Okay? Now, we do have reports from the Egyptians that there were tall people in Canaan. Okay? Yes, it comes from one of the parodies of the professions, but we do still have those reports from the Egyptians. Now, on the other hand, too, this inference that this bed, let's talk about this bed in verse 11, because I think this bed is super interesting. It's an iron bed, so the posts would have been made of iron, and it was big. Okay, its length was 9 cubits. Now, 9 cubits. Let me just do the quick math here. So that's 13.5 feet long and and 6 feet wide. Okay. Let me put it to you like this. I don't think he slept along the length. I think he slept along the width. Okay. Now, why would a bed be configured like this? If you've ever been to Graceland, you understand. Okay? Graceland, for those who don't know, is the mansion home of Elvis Presley. And yes, we have been there. Elvis Presley had a massive bed. It was something like 15 feet across. Okay? It wasn't for sleeping in.
Oh, Jeffrey, it was not attractive.
Jeffrey, bed sounds like Prime wanted to jump on a lot, trampoline style. Yeah, well, um, sure, why not? It's a better use than what it was really used for. Basically, what it was used for was his harem. That's what it was used for. It was basically used for Og's sexual Olympics. Just like Elvis Presley used his bed. These are not beds to be slept in just for sleeping. Okay? Because there's no human being that was 13 feet tall. We have no evidence that any human being ever existed that was 13 feet. Okay? Even I think the tallest one, which was a Robert, I can't remember his name, was like 12. It was, that's sort of the limits of human growth. I think that was it. Let me just do that quick fact check here just to be sure. But, that's the sort of thing. Tallest human ever. Sorry. 8 feet 11 inches is Wadlow, Robert Wadlow. Okay. He was 8 feet 11 inches. Tallest human ever. Okay. So, no, you do not need, nobody needs a 13.5-foot long bed. So that bed served a different purpose. So it was, yeah. You're right. I will forever associate Elvis with Og on this point on. Yeah, but that's probably the correct view. That is probably correct view. This is not a bed that showed his size, Og's size. It's a bed that showed his appetites. It's a different matter. And it showed you what kind of character Og really was. So yes, he was one of the Rephaim. He was one of the Rephaim. Probably be a big guy. Probably on the range of definitely in the 6-foot range. But he was not using this bed for for sleeping. Yeah, he wasn't sleeping alone. Okay. So, anyway, I want to thank you very much for that super chat. But that's why I think Heiser does make some errors in some of his analysis here of the Nephilim. So again, that's sort of where I stand on this. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. BC for $2 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Birds are streaming to the cloud of witnesses. Well, could be. Could be. Yeah. Um, I wouldn't use the bird hypothesis, the conspiracy hypothesis here, but uh, it wouldn't be the first people to think that. That's for sure. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, Bane Ray for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. For a non-super chat. Okay. Let's see, where are we? We are leaving off at 10:11. Okay, actually, I'll take this one from Harry Stark. How does Christianity influence the life of David and Kiara? I won't let Kiara won't be probably answering this one, but I'll answer for me. Yeah, it's complicated. It influenced me so much that I gave up a six-figure salary job to dedicate my work to the education of the saints. That's how it influenced me. I came to Christ as a child. I went to college to learn more about the Gospels, to learn more about how to think well. I then had to go into workplace and hold a day job for 20 years. Went back to graduate school and seminary, and gave up a high-paying profession to do this. So that's how it affected me. It's like, okay, yeah, I gave it all up. I basically, gave up everything. I had to, at one point, I had to get rid of all my my possessions to go to England to do my PhD. So yes, I've had to give up everything I've owned for the gospel. So yeah, it's affected my life profoundly. It's the reason I do this. It's why I labor for the church. Now, the church doesn't always appreciate it. Okay, I'll say that. I mean, I get a lot of hate mail from other Christians. That's for certain. But that's how it affected me. I said to God, anywhere, anytime, any reason. And that's the most dangerous prayer you can ever pray. Is, hey Lord, I'll do anything you want, anywhere you want, anytime you want. Well, because sometimes that's nothing and nowhere. Sometimes God just makes you wait. And, you get anxious to do the work of ministry. And yet, sometimes God prevents you from doing so. When I finished my MDiv and my PhD and all that stuff, I expected sort of work in ministry immediately. Well, that never materialized. I sort of ended up doing this YouTube channel by accident because of the COVID pandemic. It's like, okay, I had a book done in press, couldn't do another book, and I was unemployed. So I started a YouTube channel. Well, here we are today, 3 years later. So, you don't know where the Lord is going to take you as a result of making those commitments. And it's but you do see God's hand in it. It was very funny. We saw God guiding us every step of the way, and things we just didn't expect to ever do and appear. Like, for example, when we were over in England and started my PhD, we didn't have any money. Our stipend hadn't come in, so we had no money. So we had just enough from a loan to pay off our tuition, but we had no money to live on. Well, we just happened to live at a park where there was stinging nettles and wild blackberries and dandelions. And then one day, our next door neighbor just showed up with a huge box of mushrooms. Oh, and a duck egg. A single duck egg. So God provided every step of the way. And sometimes, it was feast and sometimes it was famine. And it was just really interesting to see this just unfold. You could just see God at work. So right now, we're just focused on the course. We have a direction from God to, continue to educate through this channel. And we're just sort of sticking to it. We hope at some point we can do this full time so I can write books. Because I got lots of ideas for writing books. Just no time to do it. But we would love to be able to, at some point, be at least independent of a day job so I can devote that time to writing. Because we think that we have something to contribute there also.
We get all these wonderful people all over the world.
Yeah. As my producer just said, we are thrilled that we get all these people from all over the world that support this work, that cheer us on and pray for us. We really covet your prayers. Yes, we are so grateful for the super chats and the financial support, but we need your prayers. Prayer is the greatest thing that we can receive from you. So, but we are also, again, grateful for the financial because that helps us.
In God we trust, but our landlord wants.
Yeah. Our landlord doesn't accept prayers for payment. Just funny. It's funny. She's funny that way. When she comes collecting rent, well, we'll pray for you. That wouldn't go over very well. Yeah, so we have been greatly we wouldn't be doing this if we weren't Christian. Put simply, I'd still be working at that six-figure job if so I think there is I think if you do Christianity right, it changes you and it changes your life. And sometimes in some very, very profound ways.
Met so many.
Oh yeah, the people we've met have been very interesting. It's been a wild ride. It's been a real wild ride, and I don't guarantee that everyone who becomes a Christian will have a life that's been as interesting as mine. I mean, I have had a very, very interesting life as a result of coming to Christianity.
And it's quite fine to lead a normal life.
Oh yeah, it's very
people who get married, raise a family, and go to that job, pay the bills. That's no less honorable.
Yeah. And we want to stress too that it's if you have just a normal life, there's nothing dishonorable about that. It doesn't mean God isn't working in your life. It's just, there are some people that God reserves for a roller coaster. Others, he reserves for the little teacup ride.
That one, the honorable vessel versus the dishonorable vessel.
Mm-hmm.
We're the ones he chose to drop that mint into. It goes.
Yeah. So yeah, it has affected us a lot. It has affected us a lot, but we are seeing fruit. We're seeing fruit come out of it. So we praise God for that every day. So we want to thank, I think it was Bain Ray.
Cherish the feedback. We also cherish hearing that this has been worth it.
So I want to thank Bain Ray for sponsoring that non-super chat. Very much appreciated, and thank you so much. And thank you, Harry Stark, for that question. Okay. Algot Robertson for 20 Swedish kroners. Thank you very much for the super chat. What are your thoughts on Builders of Egypt? Not really sure what that is. Is that a game? Is that a video series? I haven't seen it and I haven't played it. If it's a game, so I don't know. I don't think I can comment on this because I'm not sure what it is. So anyway, I don't know what that's about, so I can't comment on it. So I wish I could, but unfortunately, don't know what it is. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it.
Rob wants to know what you thought of his evil shirt.
Ah, does he?
I can't afford a super chat. You can answer.
I'll answer that. Let me get there. Where am I leaving off here? From 10:19. Okay. Seminole Apologetics ask David what he thought of my Ebal short. I can't afford a super chat right now. Excuses, Rob. Just kidding. just kidding. I'll say this. I'll never get the image of Scott Stripling dancing out of my brain. I mean, that's been burned into my eyeballs, and it's like I wash my eyeballs with bleach every night, trying to get rid of that image. I will. Oh. TMI. Woo. Ooh. Did you see the Ebal tats on his six pack? I saw that too.
That's part of what we can't.
That's the part that I just can't. I just can't get out of my brain. Okay, it's just like, ugh. No. Okay, so there you got it. You got my opinion. I wish I hadn't seen it.
Well done.
Yeah, it was well done. It was very well done, and it was funny, but I still wish I hadn't seen it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sushi for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thanks for your response. My pleasure. Do you believe Heiser's view provides a strong apologetics for the conquest allegations versus views of Nephilim being human? Oh, that's a tough to answer. I think that, like in all cultures, giantism is rare. Okay? It was very rare. So even back then, it was rare. So anyone who had giantism like that would have been sort of foisted into a military role. They would have been more or less conscripted to become soldiers. So I don't think these people had much of a choice. These Rephaim and, you know, the giants, I don't think they had much a choice whether or not to enlist. So I don't think they were really I think we see it happening along lines of families, but it's hard to know if it was common enough to cover entire clans. Now, again, part of the problem here is we don't have any archaeological remains of any super tall people in Israel. We don't find any Canaanites that are huge. We don't find any Philistines that are huge. So it's not something where archaeology has been able to verify. So we can only assume from that these are rare occurrences. So if this is as rare as it is, then say the allegations of genocide may not actually be the right approach. Now, on the other hand, again, we discussed Heiser's view here that he thinks that the Rephaim are Nephilim, and for him, there's a whole spiritual warfare thing going on here, which may or may not be true. Okay, but it's possible. It's possible. Those giants' bones in Area 51 by the Smithsonian. Laugh out loud. Just kidding. Yeah. Yeah, those. Yeah. Yeah. But it also is at the same time too, we do know that there's hyperbolic language in those narratives. So that is also something we have to account for. If there's hyperbolic language, if the meaning of harem is not quite what the allegations imply, then we're also, again, not dealing with genocide, but a typical, normal ancient Near Eastern warfare. So, I don't think his view provides a good apologetic for the allegation. It still could be. I mean, let's face it. Let's say Heiser's right. Let's say Heiser's right, for example, that these were all Nephilim. Okay, and that Israel went to war against the Nephilim, these fallen half demon creatures. That does not absolve the Israelites of genocide. If this was really what was going on, that they're wiping out entire nations, okay? Instead, what you've done here is you've just wiped out a particular kind of people that were, damned anyway, half human, half angelic being. And so I don't think that's a great apologetic. I don't think it's a very good apologetic. So even if he's right, I don't think it's a strong apologetic. And I don't think it's even a necessary apologetic, because I think there's things to this, the genre considerations to these passages, and lexicographical issues, the meaning of these words, that preclude the necessity of this as an apologetic. So, I mean, it's just sort of moot. We don't need it. There's a better explanation. So, anyway, that's the long and the short of it. I don't think this helps the case. If anything, it might even make it a little worse by eliminating basically a unique kind of people. So again, I have my doubts that this is a good argument. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. It might be. Let's see here. Did he do 2? All right, I'll look for him. If I can find the first one here. Make sure I didn't skip anything else along the way.
This is for another.
Okay. Okay, I see we saw the first one. Okay. And yep, I see it. Let's just get to it. All right. All right. Bane Ray for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. For another non-super chat. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Thank you very much for the super chat. All right, so we'll find another one here, and let's see. Ooh, okay, we can take that one. All right, let's take this one here. From Boomer. And he asks, what were the most distant regions people the ancient Egyptians had contact with in Europe, Asia, and Africa? That's a great question. Because we're still discovering this. Now, it's going to depend upon time period, okay? As Egypt ages as a country, it's going to have more trading ties extended further out, okay? In Africa, they get as far as Punt, which is modern-day Sudan, or Ethiopia, okay? So they get as far down as Ethiopia. They have trade ties with Ethiopia. And we see this during Dynasty 18. They probably had it earlier than that, okay? So, that's as far south as they get, as far as we can tell, is Ethiopia. Now, as far north, they make it to the Greek Isles. Okay. In the 11th dynasty, we do find scarabs with Cypriot patterns on them. So there does seem in Dynasty 11 to have been trade ties between Egypt and Cyprus. Okay. So that's probably as far north as they got. Well, maybe not as far north. They also had trade with the Hittite Empire in Turkey. So, you kind of Greek Isles, Turkey, that's sort of their northern extreme range. Okay. There's west. There are some scarabs that have been found in Spain and on the west coast of Spain. So the trading routes of Egypt do seem to make it as far as the Atlantic Ocean on the Spanish coast on the Atlantic Ocean. And then east. This is the one that's the sort of the kicker. Because in Dynasty 18, the trade relations seem to get as far as India. Because one of the things we find in, we find a couple things in the tomb of Tutankhamun that are not native to Egypt. And several things that are not native to Egypt. We find daggers with Etruscan work, so that's Italy. We find also lapis, which would have come from Afghanistan. And there was found cloves. And that would have come from India. Okay. So, during Dynasty 18, the trade relationship eastward is as far as India, at least. Now, in Dynasty 20, during the reign of Ramses III, we find the first evidence of silk in Egypt. And actually the first evidence of silk anywhere. And that would have come from China. So by Dynasty 20, Egypt seems to have had trade relations as far as China. So that's one of the things we're really discovering at this point, is that the trade ranges of the people of the ancient world were vastly larger than anyone originally considered. Now, they're not writing about these people. They're not basically saying, hey, okay, we met these strange people out there. They didn't care about that. But they did send traders out who did return with goods. And goods that the Egyptians found highly desirable. You know. So there's a lot to consider here as far as that sort of trade range. So I mean, it's actually, when you think about it, the trade range of the Egyptians is enormous. It's really enormous. And we do know that the Hyksos, we do have documents of the Hyksos sending trade ships out into the Mediterranean. And the way that the currents flowed in the Mediterranean, it required people to, when they sailed, to do the entire circle around the Mediterranean, because the current is circular. It flows, after they would have basically left the Nile Delta, they would have taken their ships along North Africa and then come back across the northern Mediterranean. And that's when they would hit like places like Italy, the Greek Isle, the Greek archipelago, Cyprus, and say Anatolia. And then they would come back down the Levantine coast and back to port. So they would do this big circle around the Mediterranean. So we are now understanding that there's a vast range that these boats covered. And the same with Ethiopia, is they're sailing down the Red Sea to Ethiopia to do this trade. And likewise, they're probably going over land to India and China. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very interesting question. And thank you for Bane Ray, who sponsored this question. We very much appreciate the super chat. So thank you very much. Okay, so that's the second one here. Okay, Hybrid Ronin for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is the idea of demons being spirits of dead Nephilim unbiblical? I wouldn't say it's unbiblical, but it's not supported. So that's sort of where I draw the line there. There's a difference between something being unbiblical, which means the Bible just plain out contradicts it, and something being not supported. I think the idea of demons being the spirits of dead Nephilim is unsupported by the biblical account. It does more seem that that demonic entities are basically beings that existed from basically the beginning of creation. BC says unbiblical versus non-biblical. He. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. So it's not unbiblical. It's just non-biblical. That's a great way of putting it. So it's not supported. One of the passages that would come to mind is the parable of the levirate marriage, in that's or the challenge of the levirate marriage that's presented to Jesus Christ. The Pharisees go, okay, or not the Pharisees, the Sadducees. Okay, they don't believe in life after death. Okay, they don't believe in life after death. So they come to Jesus Christ and they go, well, a woman marries a man and he dies, and she marries his brother and he dies, and the next brother dies. 7 brothers later, they're all dead, and then she dies too. Whose husband is she in the afterlife? Okay. And Jesus says, in the afterlife, you misunderstand. In the afterlife, we are neither given or taken in marriage like the angels. So there's no procreation in the afterlife. So that would sort of preclude the ability here of, say, spirits procreating. So I think here what we have is an idea here that's non-biblical. It's not supported. And if anything, the evidence is slightly against it. Again, you could always basically say that this was a special exception, whatever, but I don't think the evidence is good for this idea that the Nephilim were these half demonic beings. I just don't see it in Scripture. I think it comes from a Second Temple period understanding that is just not contextually correct. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. It's a good question. And I hope that at least gave you some food for thought. So thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, and then we got one more super chat here from Mouthwash, and then we're going to go on to some non-super chats, and then we're going to call it a night because I got to work tomorrow. Okay, so Mouthwash for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Peter Lightheart suggests Jude and Enoch are quoting from a single tradition rather than Enoch. Could that prophecy be separate from the rest of Enoch? Oh, certainly it could. There's no reason that Jude and Enoch couldn't be quoting from the same tradition. That's entirely possible. It also could be, it's also possible too that Jude is quoting from Enoch as well. That's also possible. We're just not sure. Jude is close, and it has some similarities to Enoch. So this is why scholars generally say that, believe that Jude is quoting Enoch here. But there's definitely a Second Temple tradition that undergirds both perspectives here. But yeah, it's possible that there could be a separate document that is a predecessor to both Jude and Enoch. That's totally possible. But it's also, as I said, it's also possible that Jude could have been quoting Enoch as well. So, and I don't have a firm opinion on this one way or the other. So I think either one's potentially possible, but it doesn't much matter either way. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And it's a good question, but when you start getting into questions of who's quoting who, what documents predecessed whom, especially when you start talking about theoretical documents, like sort of the Q document, things sort of get kind of dicey. You really, it's they're exceptionally difficult propositions to prove. So you do, say, very much enter into a territory of speculation. And, speculation can have difficulties because, yeah, you're making a certain assessment on a hypothetical basis, and it could be wrong. It could just plain be wrong. So this is why I just generally don't like speculating on this sort of stuff. Yeah, I am an evidentialist. That's yeah, I'm an evidentialist. So for me, speculation always kind of rubs me the wrong way. Now I do speculate sometimes. I mean, sometimes some speculations can be interesting and juicy, but and speculations can lead to some very good research questions. But they can also lead you down that dark path where you're always speculating and confusing what you can prove from, or at least show evidence for, from what is your imagination or wishful thinking. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and it's great to see you here tonight. Okay, we are going to take a couple of non-super chats here, and we're at 11:25 right now, and then we're going to call it a night because I do have to work tomorrow. So let's get into the final sets of non-super chats and wrap this thing up. Okay. We'll take this one here from Costco. And he asks, are there any relations between Israelite methods of timekeeping, calendars, and the Canaanites or Egyptians? Yes, there is. The Israelite calendar was a lunar calendar, at least initially, until Israel was influenced by the Assyrians. Okay. And they used a calendar very similar to the Gezer calendar, which is roughly 354 days. So they're losing a lot of days in their calendar as the seasons rotate. They do break their month into weeks, just like the Egyptians did. So there's a little bit of both there. And the way they counted their years is going to depend on who had hegemony over the region. When the Egyptians had hegemony over their region, the Israelites used regnal dating. Now, for regnal dating, if a king reigns 1 year or 1 day, he gets credit for reigning the entire year. Okay. So that can lead to certain issues with, say, chronology, but we won't get into that here. Whereas, say, the Assyrians calculate their calendar through basically the full cycle of the year. Like, for example, when in Mesopotamia, a king dies, and he died on, let's say, January the 1st. New king takes the throne. The new king has to wait 364 days of his predecessor's reign before he gets credit for his first regnal year. Okay? So the Israelites are going to switch between those two methods depending on who has control over the region, whether the Egyptians or the Mesopotamians have control over that region. The Israelites are not going to use intercalation, which is basically syncing their calendar to the movement of the Earth around the sun, until essentially around the time of Josiah. That's when intercalation starts to be introduced in Israel, and it's introduced as a result of their interactions with the Mesopotamians. So there's a lot of areas here where there's still study being done. There are certain things about Israelite timekeeping, that's still not particularly clear. Again, we know that they had a lunar calendar at the very minimum. Later on, a lunar solar calendar, but we're not sure exactly when the transition between lunar and lunar solar calendar takes place in Israelite history. I think one of the problems that we do find is there's a lot of times when people come to these like for example when they start trying to do chronology from Genesis 5 and 11 and start calculating the years using the Julian calendar, a calendar that didn't exist until Julius Caesar. So I think that can be very problematic. Or even essentially the Assyrian or Egyptian calendars. So those other calendars existed way back, but the Israelites didn't seem to use them. So we have to also understand too that in many respects, the calendar that the Israelites also used depended on how they could chart it, how they could know it's there. In the case of the Egyptian calendar, you always had the rise and fall of the Nile to sort of get you, and the Egyptian calendar went out of sync too. I mean, they did not have intercalation until the time of the Ptolemies. So even in Egyptian timekeeping, their calendar went out of sync. The only calendar of the ancient Near East, prior to Alexander the Great that was in sync with the sun was the Mesopotamian one. It's the only one. It was just sort of expected that your calendars would go out of sync and that your seasons would rotate around the calendar. So this was very, very normal thinking back then. Yeah. We have one document from a Egyptian court official who was going to Serabit al-Qadam, which is a turquoise mining site in the Sinai, and he's going in the heat of winter. So, yeah, that kind of tells you how these calendars work. Is that the seasons they're just rotating. They're not fixed according to the seasons. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the question. It's an interesting question, but the Israelites will adopt features of Canaanite and Egyptian and Mesopotamian calendars, but it's going to be a gradual process and it will change over time. So thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, and let's see, we can do two more super chats, two more non-super chats, and then we're going to call it a night. Yeah, Addison's broke. Okay. Take this from Lego David here. Do you think Goliath could have suffered from the same pituitary gland problem as Robert Wadlow? Well, one of the things about Robert Wadlow and most modern giants that suffer from pituitary gland issues is they're not very healthy. They're not very healthy. One of the things about Goliath and his sons apparently inherited his height and giantism, is that Goliath was an accomplished warrior. Okay. Robert Wadlow was unable to serve in the military because he couldn't walk properly. So this is one of the things, is that the giants of the Levant were accomplished warriors. They were accomplished warriors, so they were made of stouter stuff than somebody who unfortunately has pituitary issues. So I don't think it's the same, but we're not exactly sure how that giantism manifested because we don't have the skeletons. We would probably need the skeletons to figure this out. And if someone ever does discover the skeletons, it would be a fabulous discovery. It would be totally awesome if someone found that. But until we do, we can't say for sure. We don't know. So anyway, thank you for the question. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay. Take a look at this. Oh, he was joking about that. That was a joke. Yeah. Yeah, it's a conspiracy theory that that the Smithsonian has gotten skeletons of giants and it's just hiding them, suppressing them. Yeah, that's a joke. Yeah, nobody credits that as being um, legitimate. So let's see here. Okay, I'll take this one here from Lego David. Does 2 John still apply today? If a heretical group of missionaries such as Mormons or Jehovah's Witnesses came to our homes and asked to stay, should we refuse to let them in? Let's look at the passage and let's figure out what's being said here. So 2 John, let's see, we can pretty much read the whole epistle. It's not that long. Except we won't do that. Okay. Start at verse 6. Probably best here. And this is love, that we walk according to his commandments. This is the commandment, just as you've heard from the beginning, that you should walk in it. For many deceivers have gone out into the world, those who do not acknowledge Jesus Christ as coming in the flesh. This is the deceiver and the Antichrist. Watch yourselves, that you might not lose what we have accomplished, but that you receive a full reward. Anyone who goes too far and does not abide in the teaching of Christ does not have God. The one who abides in the teaching, he has both the Father and the Son. If anyone comes to you and does not bring this teaching, do not receive him into your house, and do not give him a greeting. For the one who gives him a greeting participates in his evil deeds. Having many things to write to you, I don't want to do so in paper and ink. I hope to come to you and speak face to face, that your joy may be full. The children of your chosen sister greet you. Okay, this is 2 John. Okay, now, what is it talking about here? Because this is not... The one thing this is not talking about, and we got to be really careful about this, is it's not talking about inviting an unbeliever in your home. Okay? That's not what this is talking about. Like, for example, let's say your pipes are broken and you call a plumber. You wouldn't give the plumber a theological test at the door. You know, basically, your water main spouting water in the middle of your living room, and you're going to give the plumber. You can say to the plumber, "Well, do you believe in Jesus Christ?" The guy goes, "I believe in credit or cash." You wouldn't do that because you've got a crisis and you want him in your home to fix your pipes. Okay. It's also not talking about allowing having people come in as your guests as unbelievers. Okay. That's not what this is talking about here. What this is talking about is home church. Okay. Yeah. So this is talking about home church. Because we have to remember, in this day and age, every church was inside a home. So when people invited those people in, they're not inviting them into their home, they're inviting them into their congregation. And that is what's being discussed here, is inviting, say, someone with heretical views, with dangerous, corrosive views, into your congregation where they can spread those views. So that's what they're talking about here. Well, that's what John's talking about here. Okay? Because it's talking here in verse 10. If someone comes to you and does not bring this teaching, okay, do not receive them. So this is somebody who's coming with a teaching. Your plumber is not coming with a teaching. That Mormon or Jehovah's Witness might be coming in with a teaching. But then again, if you're inviting him into your home to talk about Jesus Christ, the real Jesus Christ, and you're pushing back against that, you're not letting him spread their teaching. You're giving them the gospel. Okay? So it would be permissible to allow select individuals to come into your home to basically discuss the real Jesus. Okay? In fact, hospitality is a very, very powerful way of communicating the gospel, because it shows them that you love them. Now, in the case of the Mormons, they might want to set up their own Bible study in your home, and that would be definitely in contradiction, because then you're to this passage, because what you're doing then is allowing them to set up a forum where they're teaching. And then at that point, you are participating in their evil. So you should never let them set up the Bible study in your home. So that would contradict this, because then you are setting up a home church in your home using a teaching that is not from the church. Okay? So again, it depends on the circumstances. But back then, every home was, a major, basically church leader was a church. So this is an advice to a church leader, basically saying, hey, you've got church in your home. Don't allow these guys to teach in your home. That's it. And don't greet them as if they're respected leaders. Shut them out. They're there to be wolves among the flock. Yeah. This is why, the apostles are very clear about, say, people who want to spread teaching, they call them wolves, is because they're there to predate on the flock. You don't want to bring a wolf into the flock. It's that simple. This is also would be applied to when, like, certain churches will give church membership to basically people who don't believe in the gospel, don't believe that Jesus Christ was Lord. That's the same thing. And this is also would be participating in that evil. So again, it comes down to circumstances, but this is something that does still apply. It does still apply, but it is in the context of a church, whether that's a physical church or a home church. But that's really what's this is talking about here is that you're taking someone who comes with a different teaching, a different gospel, a different Jesus, and inviting him in to teach and to spread their false gospel. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question, and it is a question that people do ask from time to time. So we appreciate that you brought this up. Okay. Looking for more non-super chats here. And then we're going to call it a night. Algot Robertson, take this here. Should we still celebrate the Sabbath? Depends. Here's the thing. You're not under any necessity to celebrate the Sabbath. Jesus is the Lord of the Sabbath. He covers all the Sabbath regulations, as it were. The Sabbath, we have to understand that the Sabbath under Israelite law is the catch bucket of the entire ceremonial law. Okay? And it is also the sign that you are keeping the Sinai covenant. Okay? So we don't keep the Sinai covenant anymore. We're under a new covenant. Now, with that said, keeping the Sabbath can be a very healthy thing. It can be very healthy. We all need a rest, to keep the Sabbath. And here's the thing. The Sabbath does not have to be Saturday. Friday night to Saturday night. It doesn't have to be that. It can be any day of the week that you choose.
Weekends.
If you work weekends, you can't take a Sabbath.
Pastors never have it.
Yeah, pastors never have it on Sunday. So there is that issue there. Now, there's also the whole idea that that if you do take a Sabbath, it is to show your trust in the Lord, that He will make up the difference. So I do think taking a Sabbath is very, very healthy. And I think not enough people benefit from taking a Sabbath. Heck, I don't. Yeah, the fact is that, I'm doing a YouTube channel and a day job doesn't give me a lot of time for Sabbath, and I wish I had that. I used to take a Sabbath and found it very restful, very helpful, and it was really fantastic. But again, it's not something that's required, but it is something that is helpful. And God did it to help us. Okay, the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. So we don't want to be slavish to the Sabbath, but it's there to give us rest and respite, and it's there to help us. So it's a really, really excellent idea to take a Sabbath. Okay? But again, we're not commanded under the law to do so under the new covenant. So with that said, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, we just got a super chat here come in. Which is from Jose de Coria for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. How are ancient dates dated, knowing dates can be unreliable? Similar to the late Exodus period and others in the ancient world. Okay. We have several tools that we can use for this, which is the fact it's a combination of kings lists and synchronisms. Okay. Now there are some dates that we can hard peg. Okay. The death of Josiah in 609, 610 BC. That's a pretty hard date. The death of let's see, it's Taharka. I don't forget his dates exactly here. Pull this up. Taharka dies in 664. That's a hard date. Okay. And it's confirmed by multiple sources. Okay, so no chronologist is going to argue with that date. Now, dates earlier than that have to be figured out from King's lists and synchronisms. So we do know that some dating permutations are impossible because the synchronisms just don't match up. Okay, so that's probably our best tool. By and large, our best tool is synchronisms and King's lists. So, this is why, for example, we know that Amenhotep II could not have been king in 1446 BC. Because if he was king in 1446 BC, the dates that we have synchronisms for the Amarian period kings that line up with kings in Mesopotamia. Those alignments would be out of whack. So the Amarna letters say preclude Amenhotep II reigning in 1446. So as a result of this, we know that Amenhotep II came to the throne around 1425 and reigned until 1401 BC. So that's how we got there, is we use these synchronisms that basically tie kings across the ancient Near East. And basically what a synchronism is it's basically a piece of data that shows us that two people were living at the same time. So, for example, we might have a letter from, say, King Tutankhamun that is from, say, Bernaburi Ash II. We know from that letter then that those two people had to have lived at the same time, because no one is sending letters to dead people. At least not normally. At least not between kings. But we have several of these synchronisms. I think about 200-ish synchronisms across the ancient Near East. And they can be, say, things such as battles. Battles are great indicators of synchronisms because they'll oftentimes both monarchs will be listed. Marriage contracts, diplomatic correspondence. We even find, say, certain commemorative scarabs that will list two kings on them. Royal gifts, we even have a couple of those. There's a particular vase that has basically a gift presented to another king. So, there's a lot of these synchronisms, and this is how we peg ancient dates, is by using these synchronisms to basically align these king lists. So anyway, that's how it works. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But it's come a long ways too. This whole process of dating with the advent of computer analytics has revolutionized this and has made it more accurate than ever. So it's really, really interesting. So anyway, thank you very much for this super chat. Very much appreciated, and it's a great question. I think we'll take one more question and then we'll call it a night. Go all the way to the beginning here. All right. I'll start there and start moving down. And if I don't find anything interesting, I'm going to call it a night anyway.
And you'll just throw them an answer.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Oh my, we just got another one. Okay. I'm still going to do the last non-super chat because we are pushing on midnight here. So we'll do the last non-super chat and then we'll do that final super chat. No, John Timms. Yeah. I think he's got Addison's got a bit of a cash flow problem at the moment. Yeah, if Addison decides to throw in a non-super chat at the end, he will take it. Yeah, he's a good supporter, and we're going to be a good sport about this. So you hear that, Addison? You throw in a question, we'll answer it. It's a freebie. He's probably gone to bed. He'll catch it in the morning.
Practical. He's taking this.
Yeah, maybe he is. Maybe he's taking a Sabbath. That's a question. Okay, we got a few super chats here. Not seeing any non-super chats here that catch my fancy per se. Addison's not awake. I think he stopped asking questions. All right, we'll take the non-super chats then, and then probably call it a night because I didn't see a non-super chat that caught my fancy here. Okay, next super chat here is from John Timms for €5. Thank you very much for the super chat. How serious was insubordination of the Egyptian midwives in Exodus 1? Love the channel, love supporting you. Well, thank you very much, and we very much appreciate your support. It wasn't that serious, okay? Now, here's the thing. The king, even in Egypt, the king had to follow the tradition of justice, okay? There were no written laws in Egypt, at least not until the reign of King Horemheb. So, no written laws meant you had a tradition of justice that was passed down. One of those traditions was you couldn't just go around murdering people. So the fact is that if someone refused this is along the lines of refusing an illegal order in the army. You know, you're not supposed to face punishment for refusing an illegal order. Now, under some regimes, you will lose your head over that. There's no doubt about that. But in an ideal world, you know, you're not condemned for following illegal orders. Or sorry, for refusing to follow an illegal order. So, the Pharaoh here was actually asking the midwives to do something that was against the tradition of justice in Egypt. So when they came up with that, let's face it, an excuse nobody believed. Okay? Nobody believed the Midwives when they said the Hebrew boys are too rigorous and had already given, or Hebrew wives or women were too vigorous and had already given birth by the time they arrived. No one was buying that. No one was buying that. But at the same time, too, they probably here's probably what would happen in Egypt. Okay, there's probably a portion of this that's not been recorded in the text. Basically, the way that Egyptian justice works, and that's I think that's part of the narrative that we just is not recorded in the text, but would have been part of this. If someone commits a crime or is suspected of not following orders, they're questioned. Okay? Like the midwives here were questioned. Now, the way that the Egyptians do questioning is very, very brutal. Okay? They beat you. You get a good beating. So what probably would have happened to these midwives is they would have received a beating. They would have been caned on their hands and feet. And sometimes really, really harshly. So they would have been beaten. Now, the Egyptians did not see... they didn't treat beatings like torture. Okay? The Egyptians aren't beating somebody to... they're not using the threat of a beating to get the true answers. Okay? The Egyptians had this belief that nobody told the truth unless they were beaten first. So it was never under threat of beating. You got beaten anyway. If you were calling for questioning, you just got a beating. They can punish you on top of that, but they've already given you a sound beating by the time you're questioned. Okay? So it would have been inevitable that those midwives would have been beaten before being brought to Pharaoh. And at that point, they're basically saying, well, you know, it's not our fault. It's not our fault. The Hebrew women, you know, they're too vigorous. They give birth before they arrive. Well, the Egyptians have already beaten the midwives, so their answers must be true. See, that's, even though they might not buy it, they have doubled down on it. And under that tradition of, well, we beat you and we get the truth out of you. So they might have gotten another beating. I mean, that's entirely possible that they could have been beaten a second time, but not necessarily so. They could have been just released at this point. Just for their refusal to obey an illegal order. So they probably got away with just one beating. So, so the insubordination of the Egyptian midwives was probably not that great because of Egyptian judicial tradition, but they still would have ended up getting a good beating out of it. And this is just how Egyptian justice and questioning works. So, yeah, as BC's got it right here, is to make sure they tell the truth. Oh, to apply this to tell. Okay, can't we apply this to tell politics to make sure they tell the truth? Hey, I'm game with this. It would certainly limit the amount of people who want to run.
Every session begins with a beating.
Every session begins with a beating. Hey, I like it. I'm up for this. Every session begins with a beating. Hey, this is cool. I'm totally up. Okay, so yeah, that's probably what would have happened here. Is they get a beating, they lie to protect the Hebrew children, but it's seen as a righteous lie, and one that's consistent with the Egyptian justice tradition. And then they probably would have been let go. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope you found that helpful. Okay. Okay, yeah, we'll take that. Yeah, that'll be the final question. All right, Jack Ray for $5. Thank you very much. Token Addison question. Laugh out loud. Oh, yep. Addison missed his opportunity. Well, what can we say? You snooze, you lose. Anyway, Jack, thank you very much for your support. We really, really appreciate it. And I love the token Addison question. Okay, the last non-super chat and probably the last question for the night is going to come here from Jan Alkovic, who says, regarding naming magic in Egypt, what was the real name of a person? Did Egyptians not understand the arbitrariness of names? Okay. Yes, they did understand the arbitrariness of names, but they also had a belief that every being had a given name and a private name. Okay. The true name. Okay. And this applied to gods. This applied to human beings. And any spirit that ran around. Okay. So there was two names. Your given name, what people called you on the street, and that true name. And that true name described something about you that people could control you with. Okay? So it's not something that people could just say, this, what we're talking about here is an element of magic. It's a property of magic, not of titles. Okay? Now, like, for example, if someone was going to write a curse on somebody, your it says like magical doxing a little bit. Let's discuss the mechanics of magic here in ancient Egypt, and you'll see how this works in a moment. Let's say somebody finds out like your name is, what can I use here? He who eats too much chickpeas. Okay? You might be called Bob in everyday life, but your real name, your true name, and you might not even know your true name. Okay? Your true name is he who eats too much chickpeas. Okay? You might love falafel. You might love hummus. You just love chickpeas. It's something about you that people can use magic to control. So your real name is he who loves chickpeas. You don't know that's your real name, but someone else has found this out through magic. And now he can write a curse for you using that true name. And he'll write down on a curse, like, for example, I curse he who eats too much chickpeas with basically getting ill and throwing up every time he eats chickpeas. Okay? The guy doing the magic is controlling the person through that true name, through that hidden true name. And that's how the substance of magic works in ancient Egypt. So that's how the mechanics of basically, and he can't do that with just say Bob. If the guy's name is Bob, he can't write a curse with just Bob on it and have it work. He needs that true name to make sure that works. Now, how he gets that true name is, they'll sometimes use divination, they'll use traditions, there's various ways that they try to get a hold of that true name. But it's usually in the best interest of the person to keep that secret should he find out himself. Okay? So, that was the real name of a person. Basically it's a kind of a key that opens control over the person. So it's like a passphrase almost that opens up the person to magical effects. That's really what the true name is. So it has nothing to do with basically something that's given to the person. It's something that reflects the attributes of the person, and it's generally secret even to the person himself. Yeah. The individual often doesn't know their true name. That's a really important element of this, is a person may not know their true name. They have to get it. It has to be obtained through, usually through magic of some kind. So, anyway, that's going to be our final question for the night. I don't see any more super chats, so I think we are done here. And we just are touch here over midnight, which is awesome. It's a great time to call it a night. So anyway, I want to thank everyone who supported us tonight through the super chats. We really appreciate it, and thank you so much. It helps keeps food on our table and keeps us, keeps the lights on. We also want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. We particularly want to thank our Patreon subscribers. We are doing some new stuff with Patreon. We are starting to do additional content just for Patreon. And these are essentially smaller videos that focus on niche topics or pastoral concerns or background information about what we do here at Ancient Egypt and the Bible. We also want to let everyone know, if they didn't hear earlier on in the stream, that this Monday is a popcorn review. What is that popcorn review going to be on? Nobody knows except the Colonels. And it'll be Monday at 8 p.m. Not 8 a.m., 8 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And I finally want to thank all our subscribers who comment and like our videos. And also basically copy the links to our videos to other social media platforms, because that helps get the message out. So with that said, I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. Thank you very much for watching, and we hope you enjoyed this live stream and you learned something. And we will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.